exclusive on pink and black marble vinyl, the deluxe edition for $39.99. Evanescence Fallen, indie record store exclusive, pink and black marble vinyl, deluxe edition, $39.99. $39.99. Evanescence 20th anniversary Fallen, $39.99. We're back connected.
See, I don't know. That's weird because there didn't drop any.
Yeah.
Where was the red at?
It said, well, there was a red X over the bars right here, and then it said it was reconnected, and all that said zeros. Okay, so maybe people can come back and find the feed. That wasn't, luckily, that wasn't a chat problem. That was just an internet problem. So I want to know, like, these, like, really big professional streamers, what kind of internet they have. Because, you know, whatever that is, we need it.
We didn't drop any frames.
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
Let's see here. And YouTube. I think it's a connection problem, but I don't know. Okay. Let me figure out where I was at. So the last thing that happened was Allman Brothers was 420. Allman Brothers was 450. And then we froze. I'm going to give it a second for everybody to hop back on for a second. But yeah. So Monday. All the invoices for Dolly are sent out Monday. Let me get back to where we was. Timeout for I'm going to call one of my first timeouts of the night. Timeout number 1. Let everybody hop back on. I'm going to take a look out the door. What's going on out here in the parking lot? I see a couple vehicles. That's ours. Where's mine at? Oh, I forgot I parked in the alley. Let everybody get back on. Sorry, there was a drop in coverage. It looks like we're back and going now. It says live. There's lots of frames and gigabytes and megabytes happening. That's good. Right, Seth? Seth said absolutely. So first of all, we got to the Allman Brothers. And what I'm going to do is ask, whenever we have Jeff and Greg back on, the last thing I pulled was Kevin Jordan's Colt Electric. Allman Brothers is at 420. Allman Brothers is at 430. Allman Brothers at 450. And then we have Evanescence, Sarah Long. So I was showing Evanescence. I showed Jimi Hendrix. I showed the Colt. And I showed Now Yearbook 78, which there was one person, I think, that claimed that. Now Yearbook 78. Let me find that. Now Yearbook 78. Let me find that other page of... There it is. Thomas Baumhart. Okay, so Sarah Long wants an Evanescence. I was about to read that pre-order. So this is the new 20th anniversary edition of Evanescence Fallen. And there were several people on that pre-order, including Eli Tomlinson, Joseph Snow, Juan Gonzalez, John Miller, Mike Massey, Charlie Sales, Alice Lowry, George Buchanan. Also Peter Policino, Paul Brothers, Matt Algram, Jeremy Vaught, Thomas Bowman, G. Michael Toynton, Debbie Blair, Scott Smith, and Cynthia Herdren. And that is Evanescence Fallen. And that is a new 2LP on pink and black marble vinyl, indie store exclusive, $39.99. Jerry Stone, this was Now Yearbook 78. Now Yearbook 78, $54.99. Back down to the bottom, Duran, we had Fiber. This is Allman Brothers at $460. Greg Rogers is at $460 on the signed Allman Brothers. I will definitely show that again in just a second. Allman Brothers is at $475. Before we call those, I will remind everybody once again what those are. Mark K wants an Evanescence Fallen. That's sold to Mark K. Did I lay out the one that was claimed live? I keep putting stuff back in here. There's 2 copies. Those have both been sold. Mark K was the last one. And Fred Carnell wants one. Fred, did I already? Yeah, this is a really cool cover. Look at her eyes. Wow. That's pretty cool. I may have to keep a copy myself. That one I may keep because it's already slightly opened. Let me set that one aside. Let me get a nice perfect one out here for who just claimed one. Did I pull one for Fred? I didn't. There's one for Fred. There's one to Derek Mandachek. This is $39.99. Evanescence. Yeah, bring me back. Bring me to life. I had to play it the other night here in the store. I was like, every once in a while, that's just, wow, that's an awesome. That is. I'm just kind of now noticing her eyes and her mouth changing colors. That's sold to Derek Mandachek. And Michael Nath wants one. I've got 2 copies left, including the one that's lightly opened, which I will sell it if I need to. And Sarah Long says, did you get me one? Sarah Long, yes. I guess I have already pulled you one out. Yes, 2 copies left. We have hit air horn territory with the Allman Brothers autograph. This is signed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. I will go over that into full details in just a second. But let's go ahead and put up a new auction. This is Duran Duran, 7 and a Ragged Tiger. This is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. 7 and the Ragged Tiger, that's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. I bet somebody's on standby. Autumn Betts gets an Evanescence. That's sold to Autumn Betts. I've got 2 copies left, including the one that's already slightly opened. And we have Michael Grind going to get the Duran Duran for $35. That's sold to Michael Grind for $35. Buy it now. No bid. But he's going to grab the buy it now. This is a new release from Ministry. Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. The pre-order for Ministry was Joe Barrios, Brandon Jackson, James Bragg, Mike Massey, George Buchanan, Kevin Jordan, and Fred Cornell. And that is Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. That's on red vinyl. Mike Massey, I've already got you one pulled, and that is $28.99 for Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. The Allman Brothers. Let's do a full examination on the Allman Brothers since we have officially hit the $500 mark on this one. This is at $500 with Greg Rogers. This is the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore East. So on the front cover, the front cover presents very well. Of course, there's a little bit of ring wear here and just a little bit right in here. Of course, there's Greg Allman's signature. There's Dickie Betts' signature right there on the bottom. Back cover, very nice as well. There's the JSA sticker. No seam splits at the bottom. Up here at the top, there's like maybe a ½ inch or so right here. At the very top, no damage inside the gatefold. That's very nice. It's a VG Plus cover, just light shelf wear along the bottom and top. The actual vinyl is extremely nice, which is already kind of tough to get. The pink label, Capricorn, the OG pressing of this. It's a Presswell, 1841 Broadway. Super clean vinyl. 2LP, I've got it cleaned and new MoFi sleeves. High bid on that is $500 of Greg Rogers. Both autographs have been JSA verified and authenticated. Jeff and Masters at $525. We may have the air horn several times tonight, just FYI. Thomas Bowman is going to get the Now Yearbook 78. That's sold to Thomas Bowman. And we have Now Yearbook 88. This is Now Yearbook 88. Now Yearbook 88. This is the new one that just came out. This is a 3LP on blue vinyl, $54.99. 3LP blue vinyl, and that is pre-ordered to Mike Massey, Jerry Stone, Stacy Brown, Preston Denny, and Cynthia Herdren. Mike Massey, Jerry Stone, Stacy Brown, Preston Denny, and Cynthia Herdren. And that is $54.99. I'm sure the ring wear was on there, and then they signed it. The signatures are on top of the ring wear, so I'm sure they signed it after. He got that album came out in 1971. He got these signatures in he met Greg Allman, I think, 3 different times. The Allman Brothers played somewhere in Pittsburgh. Let me see if I can get this right. I think he got these signatures around 1988. Don't hold me to that. I can look back and see or get Paul to verify that. But those signatures are probably from around 1988. That ring wear is over the last probably 30 years up until, or 20 years up until when he got them actually signed it. So that ring wear was probably from 71 to 88 or sometime in the early 90s. And then they signed on top of that. So the newest Now Yearbook, 1988, triple vinyl, $54.99. $54.99. The new Ministry is $28.99, and let's put up a new auction. We may keep 2 autographs going. I do have other Japanese stuff over here, so let me go ahead and do one of these. This is called John Denver Gold Deluxe. Most of these autographs were obtained either in the late 80s or early 90s or mid 90s. A lot of them were, there's some of them tonight that's even dated. A lot of these were obtained mid-80s through the mid-90s in Pittsburgh and Atlanta at various venues, in and inside the venues, backstage, or outside of hotels where these artists were staying. Next Japanese auction is John Denver Gold Deluxe. Gold Deluxe is a 2LP John Denver Japanese compilation for a $35 start. There's the Japanese insert. This is a gatefold cover with Obi. John Denver Gold Deluxe. That's a 2LP hits compilation, $35 start. There's our next Japanese pressing. The Allman Brothers is at $550. We got 3 copies of the Now Yearbook. And Susan Tedeschi, this is live, Austin City Limits, and that's on colored vinyl. It's new, Limited edition from New West Records, 2023, $33.99. Susan Tedeschi, live, Austin City Limits. I've got 2 of those available for $33.99. I've got 2 other yearbooks, Yearbook 86 and Yearbook 92. So the yearbooks that I have left in here are 88, 86, and 92. And we had Kara Bauer on Yearbook 86, Jen Baker on Yearbook 92. Yearbook 88 was Mike Massey, Jerry Stone, Stacey Brown, Preston Denny, and Cynthia Herdron. That was a new one. That was a new one. Also, 1 copy of Susan Tedeschi, Just Won't Burn. We had that the other night. This was a 25th anniversary restock on clear vinyl, $33.99. And here's the other Sinead O'Connor new release, the very popular one, The Lion and the Cobra, $29.99. Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, $36.99 for Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. And there was 2 people on a waiting list for that. 1 person, Bill Samus, I've already got 1 pulled for you. That's The Craft. To this crate while we reconnect, and we have 2 bids on John Denver. We have 1 with Jerry Wallace, and we have 1 with Don Alker. And I cannot sell Allman Brothers, obviously, till we get back and get everybody back on again. So, yeah, we obviously need to lobby for some great connection. But it's already back up. It says that was just a quick drop. But, yeah, maybe call 911. Yeah, it comes back, but when I look at it, it's all zeros. It completely, when I look over the monitor, that's all red and zeros. So,
Well, it says only.
Spectrum, no good. Sorry, Spectrum. Yeah, if anybody can come and install fiber, I will pay a lot of money for it. Or Starlink, yeah, that might be even better. Satellite hookup. Okay, yeah, we need to get on that tomorrow, ASAP. I know it. I'm not awake during the day to take care of it. I guess I'm going to have to stay up 24 hours to call Spectrum. I'm going to be like, we need an agent out here now. We have the Allman Brothers is at $5.50. Let everybody get back on. So Jerry Wallace was at $35 on John Denver. Jerry Wallace was at $35. And Don Alker also bid $35. And Heather Feather, you got a Sinead O'Connor. Don Alker's at $36 on John Denver. And Don Alker's at $36 on John Denver. So Jeff McMaster, you're out on the Greg Allman. Greg Rogers has that for $550. I'm going to recap this bin of new vinyl 1 more time. And then I've got new vintage stuff to go through. And we'll start going through some other new vinyl as well. We have the Colt Electric. That's on blue vinyl. Gatefold single LP. $36.99. James wants to know, did he get one? James Lugwood, did you get a Colt? You wasn't on the pre-order. I don't know if you claimed one live or not. We will check. You didn't. He didn't get one live, and he's not on the pre-order. So, James Lugwood, I'm going to pull one for you right now. That's so to James Lugwood. Jerry Wallace is at $40 on John Denver. Also, we have bid on Allman Brothers. It's at $550. We had $550 for the Allman Brothers. $550. Greg Rogers. We're waiting for Jeff, and he just bid $555. Jeff is at $555 on the Allman Brothers. New bid. It's signed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. So we got multiple copies of the Colt Electric left. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix Experience, Hollywood Bowl. This is a new release. They're not numbered. These aren't numbered, but it includes a 12-page booklet, never before released concert. They're pressed at QRP, $33.99 for Jimi Hendrix. We've got technically 2 copies left of the new Evanescence Anniversary Edition. We've got 2 copies left, $39.99. Indie Store exclusive on pink and black marbled vinyl, $39.99 for Evanescence. 2 copies of Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982, $28.99. Jerry Wallace, if you're back on. Jerry Wallace, he is. So Don Alker, let me know if you want back in. Jerry Wallace is at $40 on the John Denver. So Don Alker, you're out on that. 2 copies of Ministry left, and then the 3 yearbooks that's left, let me show those all at the same time. They're all on colored vinyl. The color vinyl matches the cover, 1988, 1986, and 1992. That's what we have left on those. Still got both Susan Tedeschi Live. That's colored vinyl, Austin City Limits, $33.99. The Susan Tedeschi reissue studio album, 25th anniversary, Just Won't Burn, $33.99. And Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, $36.99 for Albert King. All right, and the Evanescence I think I'm going to keep. I'm going to go ahead and just slip it back down into the bin. It's got a lightly opened shrink wrap on it. And Jeff Master was at $555 on Allman Brothers. Brent bid $565. Greg's at $575. Don's out on John Denver. So Jerry Wallace, you have that. John Denver for $40. And it's a final call. Let's go ahead and bring up our first crate of vintage stuff tonight. First crate of vintage stuff tonight. And this is, where did we bring it? Right here. Let's see what John's got for us tonight. New crates of vintage. New crates of vintage. Let's see what we have over here. Let me take a peek in the first one. Okay, I'm liking these. Great looking titles. I wonder where all these came from. You never know what he's going to find in the back. Wow, these are some great titles. Let's go through some of these and see what we got here. These are, yeah, 11, 16. Okay, we have Allman Brothers. Battle going for it. 3 active bidders, $575. Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. JSA signed. Allman Brothers. OG pressing of Fillmore. Now, for those, it's like, I'll wait and find one that's signed by Dwayne as well. The last comp I could find on a signed item from the Allman Brothers that had Dwayne's signature, Heritage Auction sold a press photo 2 years ago in 2020, 3 years ago in 2020, for the final bid after premium was $10,000. And that was a fully signed press photo from the Allman Brothers. Sold for $10,000. If you can find something fully signed by the Allman Brothers with Dwayne's signature, you're talking exponentially much more money. Just FYI. Right now, this is pretty affordable compared to something like that. But yeah, finding Dwayne's signature on a fully signed Allman Brothers, that is tough. That is tough. But I got some incredible autographs. Some over here y'all haven't seen yet. I've got 2 here on the deck. And we have $575. Jeff and Brent, let me know if y'all want back in. Let's go ahead and sell John Denver Gold Deluxe. Tanner, this is sold for $40 to Jerry Wallace. I'm going to go ahead and do 2 autographs at the same time because we have so many amazing ones to get to. And check this one out. This is Traffic. $125 start. It's signed by Dave Mason and Steve Winwood. It's not personalized. Very nice signatures. Dave Mason, Steve Winwood, welcome to the canteen. And that is a $125 start. JSA authenticated, super nice jacket, Steve Winwood and Dave Mason. Dual signed, welcome to the canteen, $125 start. Very, very cool. $125 start on that. $25 start on that. All right, let's go through some new vintage arrivals and see what we have here. New vintage arrivals. First, we have Neil Young and Crazy Horse. Rust Never Sleeps has the original inner sleeve. This is a near mint looking copy. Wow, a very nice copy. $34.99 for Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. $34.99 on that. Also, The Who's Odds and Sods. $19.99 for The Who's Odds and Sods. MCA, black rainbow label in the original company sleeve. $19.99 for Odds and Sods by The Who. All Through the Night, Julie London sings Cole Porter. Julie London with Bud Shank on the original Liberty label. Also a very clean album. $19.99 for Julie London. And Enya. This one has the song Orinoco Flow on it. $29.99. We don't get a lot of Enya LPs. That one's called Watermark, near mint with the original inner sleeve for Enya. Also, we have Triumph, Just a Game. Triumph is $19.99. Looks like there's a little bit of cover damage down here, but Triumph is a gatefold, Just a Game, $19.99. All right. I'm going to have to do a final call. I was waiting for Brent or Jeff to say out. Greg has the Allman Brothers for $575, going twice, going 3 times, going 4 times. I'm waiting for an item like this. I was going to make sure they were done. Brent and Jeff. Greg has it for $575. Jeff's in at $580. We're still bidding on the Allman Brothers. Rich Shockley wants Enya. That's sold to Rich Shockley. Craig Ruth, you were second. No condition notes on the Who. If I don't say anything about the condition notes, then the vinyl is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. It's going to look like that. Very nice, and that's with everything in this bin. Jeff's at $580 on the Allman Brothers. Looking for a $125 start on the Dave Mason, Steve Winwood. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is in shrink wrap, original inner sleeve. Dark Star, CSN. That's their self-titled album. It's $19.99. Jason Short wants the Who. That's sold to Jason. Greg's in at 600 on the Allman Brothers. The Beatles 65. This is an 80s pressing, an 80s reissue. It is super clean, $27.99 for the Beatles 65. That's an 80s pressing, super nice copy. Capital reissue from the 80s, $27.99. Rainbow, difficult to cure. Rainbow is a 1981 PRC pressing, $29.99. Rainbow, difficult to cure, and that is $29.99. I can't believe it, but I'm about to make the Dave Mason, Steve Winwood a buy it now. But if you definitely want it and you want to lock in a bid, final call to bid before it's up for a buy it now grab, and then it will be whoever's first. But if you really want it, you might want to bid. Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, $34.99 for Bob Dylan. Nashville Skyline, that's on the second label, but look how nice the vinyl is. Bob Dylan, $34.99 for Nashville Skyline. That the vinyl, and that's near mint. By Myself, Julie London. By Myself, Julie London, $26.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I could take a drink of water, also known as Monster Energy drink. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to take a drink of... Tonight's show is sponsored by Rehab. I was off those things for a while, and then when you have another one, it's like crazy. Allman Brothers, 600. Allman Brothers, 610. Traffic, 125. Traffic, 125. Traffic, 135. Allman Brothers, 615. And Traffic, 145. Back to the bin. Badfinger, a classic, straight up. Their OG first album by Badfinger on Apple, $29.99. Badfinger, Baby Blue, Day After Day, $29.99 for Badfinger. Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. Where did all these great albums come from? John must have hit a pocket in the back of great stuff. This is $34.99. What is this, a Canadian pressing? It looks like it's foreign. It's just really nice. $34.99. That's Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. $34.99 for Neil Young, Tonight is the Night. Tonight's the Night. I actually got my first ever payout ever from Facebook. They sent me $10.42 this morning for where they've been running ads in one of my videos, but I haven't figured out which one yet. So I actually got some money from Facebook this morning. They sent me a receipt where they're sending me $10.42. So they sent me this thing where they wanted ads in our live streams because we have so many watch hours. And I was like, I don't know about that. I don't think y'all would like an ad popping up right in the middle of a live stream. So they're really trying to get me to turn that on. I've gotten, just in the last week, I've got 2 emails about it. So I guess I've hit some kind of threshold of watch hours where they're going to maybe start sending me some money. So I'm like, great, keep watching my videos. That's some extra. I like that. $10 here and there. That'll buy some pizzas, right, Seth? Frank Zappa, $34.99. Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. Frank Zappa is $34.99. Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion, 2LP, $34.99. $34.99. That is Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. And John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. That's a 1978 Los Angeles pressing of John Lennon, Sometime in New York City on the Purple Capitol label, $34.99. $34.99. All right, let's get an update on our auction. So, 2 big auctions going on. First of all, we have a dual sign, JSA authenticated Dave Mason and Steve Winwood. What great signatures on there too. Steve signed in blue, Dave Mason signed in almost has like a green look to it, but it's black Sharpie, JSA authenticated. We have Traffic at 125, 130. The Allman Brothers was at 615. Then Traffic was at 145. Allman Brothers was at 625. And then we have Tony Shore wanting Zappa. Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. That sold to Tony Shore. Also, Patti Smith, Dream of Life. Patti Smith is $24.99. Dream of Life, $24.99 for Patti Smith. That is near mint, and it has the original inner sleeve with it. Also, Bob Seger, Live Bullet. The classic, Bob Seger Live, 2LP, original orange labels, $24.99. New bids on both auctions. The Allman Brothers is at $650. Dave Mason and Steve Winwood's at $150. Let's get a third auction started. This is a Japanese pressing of ABBA, Arrival. ABBA is a near mint and pristine Japanese pressing. $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. Japanese vinyl, that is a $35 start. I saw, okay. I saw those come in, but that's okay. ABBA Arrival, this is a $35 start. ABBA Arrival, Japanese pressing. Okay, Traffic is at 160. The Allman Brothers is at 625. U2, The Unforgettable Fire, $34.99 for U2, The Unforgettable Fire. Super nice copy. It also has the original inner sleeve with it. $34.99 for U2, The Unforgettable Fire. Changes, David Bowie. This is a 1976 Jacksonville press. That is a David Bowie Greatest Hits on the original tan label. $39.99. Dave Mason's at $165. The battle for the Allman Brothers is still down to 3 people. Greg Rogers has it for $650 right now. That is signed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. Greg Rogers has it for $650. JSA Authenticated Signatures. The Story of the Who, $36.99. This is a 2 LP compilation of Who music. Who music, The Story of the Who, and I believe this is UK or German. This is a, where was this pressed at? This was pressed in the UK. This is The Story of the Who. That's a 2 LP compilation, $36.99. I do not have the new Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. Jerry, I still have not seen where they even have anything new out. So, are you sure they've came out with a new album? Santana 3. Santana, what a very nice copy. Santana 3, gatefold, $19.99 on Santana. And Peter Tosh, Bush Doctor. Peter Tosh is $19.99 for Bush Doctor. $19.99 for Peter Tosh. All right, Jeff McMaster, Brent Robley, whoever's still in, let me know if you want to be in on the Allman Brothers. It's at $650. It is going 5 times, going 6 times to Greg Rogers for $650. Jeff McMaster was first to Peter Tosh. Kyle Greger was second. George Ellis was third. Do you have Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy? I do. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. I will actually discount those to $99.99 if you want one. They're normally $129.99. If anybody wants one, I'll do them tonight for $99.99. $99.99. Jeff Masters at $661 on the Allman Brothers. It was at $650. Now he's at $661. Elvis Costello. This is $19.99. This is Imperial Bedroom. Elvis Costello in shrink wrap. $19.99 for Elvis Costello. And Traffic. This is $19.99 for Traffic. And this is called Heavy Traffic, which is a Traffic Greatest Hits. Speaking of Traffic, we have a Dave Mason and Steve Winwood dual signed album going up for bid right now. Let me grab a couple copies of Melancholy. Seth, you doing okay over here? Seth says he's doing fantastic, actually. Oh, actually, that one just accidentally got opened. I pulled that one off the shelf and the shrink wrap tore off of it. Well, I guess I'll have to keep it now. Okay, this is Smashing Pumpkins. This is Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Yeah, these are normally $119.99. $99.99. Let me go ahead and show this. $99.99. Let's tag one for Sean Mankel. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. They're new and sealed. It's actually a 4 LP box, Smashing Pumpkins, $99.99. There's one for Sean. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Those are perfectly new and sealed. Okay, the Allman Brothers, $661. Sean says he'll take one. And we have Steve Winwood and where was we on that? Mark Fallon's at $175. Mark Fallon's at $175 on the Dave Mason, Steve Winwood. $175. Dave Mason, Steve Winwood, $175 on that. Dave Mason, Steve Winwood, $175. The Allman Brothers is at $661. Hall & Oates H2O, $17.99. Hall & Oates H2O. Also, Wet Willie, Keep on Smiling. This has a promo sticker on the front, $17.99. It's a promo label, promotion, not for sale. Wet Willie, Keep on Smiling. Looks like it has some notes here from a radio station. Promo sticker, $17.99. Hank Williams Jr., 11 Roses. Hank Williams Jr. is $24.99 for 11 Roses. Hank Williams Jr., $24.99. And Super Oldies of the 60s, Volume 4, $9.99. Super Oldies of the 60s, Volume 4, $9.99. Pam Dickens wants the Wet Willie. That's sold to Pam Dickens. James Rayner wants H2O. That's sold to James Rayner. And Michael Jackson Thriller, that is $34.99. What a nice looking copy. It is. OG gatefold. Well, let me check the back of it. It has the original inner sleeve. This is co-produced by Michael Jackson, so this is a little bit later pressing. The originals didn't give Michael Jackson producer notes on the back. That is very nice, though, $34.99. Pam Dickens wants the oldies. That's sold to Pam Dickens. John Duran, you were second. All right, we have an out on Dave Mason, but we don't have any outs yet on the Allman Brothers. Still lots of complementation. I can't say that word again tonight. Contemplation. Thank you. This is at $180 now with Jeff McMaster. It's autographed by Dave Mason and Steve Winwood. It's JSA authenticated. New bid, Jeff McMaster, $180. Mark Fallon, you've been outbid. Allman and Betts. This is now a final call. Greg Rogers is out. Jeff McMaster has it for $661. Greg Rogers is out. $661. $661. Final call. All done. Are we done? I need my gavel. $661. New bid on Traffic, John Young's at $188. It's signed by Dave Mason and Steve Winwood. Not personalized. Wow, bookends. This is $14.99. Looks like a UK copy. Bookends, $14.99. It is a UK copy. Bookends, Simon & Garfunkel, $14.99. Let's see what we got here. Very clean vinyl, too. I don't like the sleeve that it's in, but it is the original. But I don't like it. I'll probably put it in a new one. $14.99 on that. $14.99 on that. Traffic's at $188, $200, now $205. Neil Young is $34.99. American Stars and Bars. We have an S from Calvin. Was that for Simon & Garfunkel? Or was you about to bid on an auction? If so, if S is for Simon & Garfunkel, then you get it. If not, it's so did John Young. Then Mark Kay was second and Michelle Miller was third. There's Neil Young. And here's another Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. That's on the second label, $14.99. All right, I'm going to do a 5-second countdown on the Allman Brothers, and then I'm going to sell it to Jeff McMaster for $661. This is signed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. It's also an OG pressing on the pink Capricorn labels. Original pressing, press well. OG labels, $661. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold. Jeff McMaster, $661. I will officially do the air horn in just a second, and it probably won't be the only time tonight. That is sold. Tanner, I will let you repackage that. That was a relic of rock history. Don't get those every day. Don't get those every day, for sure. Traffic, I'm taking my sigh of that I don't have that in my possession anymore. Michelle Miller gets the Parsley. That's sold to Michelle Miller. We have Dave Mason and the Steve Winwood's now at $120. No one bid on ABBA over here. Let's make ABBA a buy it now for $35. ABBA Arrival, $35. ABBA Arrival, $35 if anybody wants it. That was casually laying over there, but no one bid on it. I'll make that a buy it now if anybody wants it. Now, let's do another. Well, I think every autograph I have set aside for tonight is incredible. That's why I kind of said these were featured autographs tonight. But this one is really incredible. This is signed by Jackson Browne and David Lindley. And it's the classic album, Running on Empty. I don't like where they put the, let me get this out of here. This is signed by Jackson Browne and, very cool, on the back, signed by David Lindley. Stay just a little bit longer. I can't hit those high notes featuring a rare vocal performance by David Lindley. Autographed by David Lindley on the back, signed by Jackson Browne on the front. This is a $195 start. $195 start. Very fantastic signature by Jackson Browne. Also, I think this sticker right here will pull right off. Let me actually try to do that right now. This orange sticker. It's shrink wrapped. It's, of course, signed on the cover, but it is shrink wrapped. Yeah, there we go. That made it look a lot better. It's shrink wrap. Of course, the signatures are under the shrink wrap. Definitely not on the shrink wrap. $195 start on that. JSA authenticated. Both signatures are authentic. and authenticated by JSA. Jackson Brown, running on empty, signed by Jackson and David Lindley. Dual signed. $195 start. Chris is in. Okay, now we have, let me see what we have here. Traffic was at 205. Traffic was at 210. And yes, I need to do the official air horn. Let me do that. But first, let me sell Michelle Miller the ABBA for $35, Tanner. That's sold to Michelle Miller for $35. Chris is at $195. And I keep the air horn here on the cart now. Let me do that. So official air horn time. For those that's new, anytime a record sells for more than $500, we have to give the person a big thank you for a major purchase, and we blow this boating horn here. So this is for Jeff McMaster's $611 Almond Brothers live at the Fillmore, signed by Dickie Betts and Greg Almond. Congratulations. Maybe that's not the only time I bring that out tonight. I'd like to bring it out 2 or 3 times. Okay. A couple more records in here. We have Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $34.99, and the Moments live, the Moments at the New York State Women's Prison. That is $19.99. Okay, we have got very quiet all of a sudden in the chat, which I have got to move some of these auctions along. The high bid on Traffic is $210 of Mark Fallon. Calvin Ward hasn't set out. John Young hasn't set out. Jeff McMaster hasn't set out. Brent has set out, but there's 3 other people who have not set out. Mark Fallon's at $210. Mark Fallon's at $210. Mark Fallon's at $210. If you're done bidding, please let me know. This is signed by Dave Mason and Steve Winwood. This is still up for bid. Mark Fallon has it. Brent Robley's at $225 on the Jackson Brown. That's signed by Jackson Brown and David Lindley. All right, let's go through this crate of vintage very quickly one more time. They're still bidding on Jackson Brown, but I have got to wait and make sure everybody's done bidding on Traffic. And we're not done bidding on Traffic. I didn't think we were. So if you ever get to the point and you're done bidding, please let me know. Both auctions now have bids, new bids. Let's go through these one more time very quickly. Hey, Hey, My, Into the Black. That's a near mint copy of Rust Never Sleeps, $34.99. Also, All Through the Night, Julie London, Cole Porter. Triumph, Just a Game. If you need prices, let me know. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Beatles 65. Rainbow, Difficult to Cure. Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. By Myself, Julie London. Badfinger, man, there's some great albums left in here. Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. John and Yoko, Sometime in New York City. Patti Smith, Bob Seger, Live Bullet. U2, Unforgettable Fire. Oh, I hope if you're not buying these, that means you already have them. If not, serious problem. David Bowie, Changes, The Story of the Who, 2 LP compilation, Santana 3, a Traffic compilation, Elvis Costello and Shrink Wrap, Hank Williams Jr., Michael Jackson Thriller, Neil Young, and The Moments live. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know, or you can ask me the price. So, we had Judas, we had, where are we here? Jackson Brown, $225. Traffic, $215. Jackson Brown, $230. Jackson Brown, $250. Traffic, $225. Scotty Hops wants John L. John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. Is that correct, Scotty Hops? Traffic, and that was More Heavy Traffic. More Heavy Traffic is $19.99. Dear Mr. Fantasy's on there. Feeling All Right. That's Traffic's greatest hits, $19.99. Status and Price and Triumph. Triumph has no condition notes. That means the vinyl's EX Plus Near Mint Minus. $19.99. There's a little bit of cover damage back here, but it's very, very nice. $19.99. Next was Mark K. wants U2. That's a great decision. Unforgettable Fire. Darcy, the Bob Seger price. That's the 2 LP Live Bullet. Bob Seger, $24.99. $24.99 original labels. Michael Golston, the Hank Williams Jr. was called 11 Roses, $24.99. Jackson Brown's at $251. John Young's at $230 on Traffic. This is signed by Jackson Brown and David Lindley. The high bid is $251 with Chris Bijak. Scotty Hops said yes, he wants the John Lennon Sometime in New York City. We have, thanks everyone in Collectco, where else but here, incredible. Thank you, Jeff McMaster. We've got some other great autographs, not only tonight, but we're going to have some for the rest of the year. Incredible stuff like this. We're finally getting into the wow stuff in Dale's autographs. These are some of the nights that when I saw them for the first time, I was like, wow, natural reaction. Chris Bijak says he will take the Traffic. He was first to ask about that. That's sold to Chris B. Jack and Christopher Morris will take the Bob Dylan Nashville Skyline. That's always very popular. And we have Traffic at 235. Javi says he'll take the Triumph. Paul Brother says, I've already bought all these at least once. I'll try to find you some new stuff in the next crate then. Traffic's at 235. Jackson Brown 252. Jackson Brown 255. And we have new bids and new comments. So, one more time. Hank Williams Jr., Bob Seger, The Moments, Neil Young, Michael Jackson, Elvis Costello. Don't hesitate to ask prices. Santana, that was only $19.99. The Story of the Who, David Bowie, Patti Smith, Neil Young. Badfinger, Michael Golston, that was $29.99. Badfinger, $29.99. Badfinger straight up, $29.99. We've also just received an instant message. There's somebody trying to bid on the Jackson Brown that's also trying to board a plane right now. So we're going to have to give that one plenty of time. I think they're in and out trying to connect to internet boarding a plane. And we got Steve Winwood and Dave Mason still getting bids as well. So those are going to be up for a little while. I'll try to start a third auction for Japanese vinyl. But we have plenty of more to go through. We do have a Merle Haggard autograph. We got a B-52s autograph. We got a Lou Reed autograph. We have a David Allen Coe autograph. Lou Reed, David Allen Coe, Billy Preston, Alvin Lee, Steve Miller, Ginger Baker, Eddie Money, Gene Clark, which is probably the most valuable one of the night, Gene Clark. The Stray Cats, George Strait, Buddy Guy, Stu Cook, Bon Jovi, Warren Zevon, Alice Cooper, Merle Haggard, Gary Wright, and Robbie Krieger. I may sell James Taylor. I still hadn't decided yet. Levon Helm, which I can't find a nice comp for. I can't really find a good comp for Levon Helm. A signed, just single signed Levon Helm. I found a drumhead signed by Levon Helm that sold for something crazy, but it's kind of been hard to price that. Let me grab another crate here of new vintage stuff. Looks like, okay, I wonder where John found all these. There's some great albums in here. You never know what's in the back. The back part of our store, who knows? Right, Tanner? Who knows? Judas Priest? Yep. All right, so Jackson Brown's at 265. Traffic's at 240. Traffic's at 250. We do have more Aaron Neville autographs, yes. And Judas Priest. I don't have a Chris Squire. Okay, so we have Dave. Let me get an update on these two. I can't put up another autograph until at least one of these have sold. But right now we have Traffic at $240. Traffic's at $240 with, no, $250 to Calvin Ward. If somebody else is higher, please bid again or let me know. I've got Calvin Ward at $250. Calvin Ward, that's signed by Dave Mason and Steve Winwood, $250. And Calvin Ward was in at $250. $250. Also, Jackson Brown, dual signed Jackson Brown and David Lindley. The high bid on that is $265 with Brent Robley. $250, $265 with Brent Robley. Chris B. Jack, let me know if you're in. And I think it's just between Chris and Brent. If anybody else is bidding, you might want to at least let me know or get in while the getting is good, because that's probably getting to the final call almost. I've got Brent Robley at $265. I got Brent Robley at $265. Okay, $255 on Traffic, $260 on Traffic, and $266 on Jackson Brown. New bids on both of those. Let's go through some new vintage arrivals. I will announce bids as soon as they come in so we can stay on top of these and at least get one of them sold. Or we may be bidding on them for another 20 minutes. You never know. We have Jackson Brown, Lives in the Balance, $14.99. Jackson Brown, Lives in the Balance, $14.99. This is the Poppy family. Which Way You Goin', Billy? The Poppy family is $19.99. The Poppy family, Which Way You Goin', Billy? $19.99. Coven. This is actually sealed. It's never been opened. It does have a saw mark, but it's sealed with a hop sticker. $64.99. $64.99. Jackson Brown's at $266. Jackson Brown's at $267. Jackson Brown's at $270. The Traffic is at $260. Traffic is at $260. Jane Fink on Poppy family. That is sold to Jane Fink, Poppy family. Coven. We have the Standales. Why pick on me? Sometimes good guys don't wear white. The Standales on Tower Records. That's $34.99. $34.99 for the Standales. Also, Best of the Box Tops. Best of the box tops is $19.99. Best of the box tops, $19.99. Yellow label, that has the letter and Cry Like a Baby, and Neon Rainbow, $19.99. I cannot put up the Judas Priest or the Gene Clark, at least until one of these other ones are sold. So I will try my best. I will try my best, but we will try to get those on deck. Poppy family, we had Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits in stock. Do we have a Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits in stock? I think we do, actually. They're $29.99, Jerry. Traffic's at $265. John Duran wants the box tops, and Calvin Ward's at $270 on Traffic. Paul Brothers, you were second on the box tops. Jackson Brown, Brent Robley, you're outbid. Chris B. Jack has that for $270. It's signed by Jackson Brown and David Lindley. JSA authenticated, beautiful signatures. The cover is still in shrink wrap. The high bid on that is $270, and so is Traffic. Those are both at $270 right now. $270. We have REO Speedwagon, 9 lives, $19.99 for REO Speedwagons. 9 lives. Gatefold near mint, $19.99. Let's put Jerry Wallace down for a Jimmy Buffett, and I will try my best to find those. Jay Giles Showtime. If there's not one up here, we have them on eBay, actually. So we can take them off eBay because they've came back in stock. $17.99 for Jay Giles Band. That is Showtime, $17.99. And Lou Reed, New Sensations. Lou Reed is in shrink wrap, $26.99, near mint, $26.99. Traffic is at $270. John Young's out, and I think he was one of the last bidders. I'm going to do the final warning, and then I'll do the final countdown before I sell it. But right now, this is at $270 with Calvin Ward. It's signed by Dave Mason and Steve Winwood. Welcome to the canteen. $270, going twice, going 3 times. New bid on the Jackson Brown. Michael Manning has that for $280. New bid. Paul Brothers on REO Speedwagon. I will be posting a pre-order for the Damn Yankees album. Yes, I will. I will tag you, Greg, and anybody else that will be up in the group for pre-order very soon. As long as people's been telling me it's up for pre-order, but the last time I checked, somebody told me that it wasn't. So I'll check. This is Amos Milburn Jr. This is a mono from Sweden, $19.99. And we have the Best of the Music Machine featuring Sean Bonnywell, $24.99. The Best of the Music Machine, $24.99. Okay, let's do a 5-second count off on the Dave Mason, Steve Winwood, and it's about to be sold to Calvin Ward for $270. It's about to be sold for $270. I think everybody that was bidding is out. $270, Calvin Ward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sold to Calvin Ward for $270. We got new bids on Jackson Brown. Chris is out. Now it's between Brent. It's between Brent and Michael Manning. It's between Brent and Michael Manning. And John Young bid on Traffic, but John, you had already said you're out. Calvin had that for $270. Tanner, that's sold for $270. $270. We have Christopher Morris on taking the Jay Giles, and that was Showtime, and that is sold to Christopher Morris. Jackson Brown's at $285 with Brent Robley. Okay, now let's do probably one of the more incredible autographs from this collection that didn't require a certificate of authenticity or a letter. It's authenticated. So JSA, they tell me like if something requires a letter, it's usually a higher priced autograph. But very interesting on this one. This is one of the few more expensive autographs that they authenticate that actually doesn't require a letter. But this is 3 signature, triple signed by Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn, and a very tough signature to get now, Gene Clark. Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn, and Gene Clark. $795 start. This one was tough for me to price because this is one of those like unknown factor type items. I've seen some Gene Clark autographs sell by themselves. I looked up eBay comps. We got 3 signatures on this one on the front, and there's a bonus signature on the back. Chris Hillman signed it again on the back. I don't know why, but he signed it again on the back. So Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn, and Gene Clark, $795 start. And if you look, that's a tough comp to find. All 3 of those on the front. There's been some Gene Clark stuff sell for well over $700 by itself, just his cut signature. This has got Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman on it, all signed on the front. $795 start. That was tough for me to make a final decision on what to actually start that one for, but I think if somebody gets it for that, it's very fair. But if it sells for over $1,000, I wouldn't be surprised. $795 start on those 3 signatures. JSA authenticated. Jackson Brown, where are we? Michael Manning, if you're done bidding, let me know. Brent Ribley has this for $285. It's a final call. If Michael's done bidding, he's going to say out, or he can bid again. But that's a final call, and then I'll do a countdown. Let's go back through this crate one more time. Let's finish going through it. We hadn't finished it yet. Another side of Bob Dylan. Wow, a 65 stereo pressing, $74.99. Wow, that is some very clean vinyl. A 65 stereo pressing, Columbia 2i, and that is $74.99. A 65 stereo, $74.99. Foreigner 4. Foreigner 4 is $19.99. Foreigner 4, very clean. Original Foreigner album. And has the original inner sleeve. Foreigner 4 is $19.99. Debbie Blair, The Music Machine, is $24.99. Music Machine is $24.99. Electric Light Orchestra. This cover usually has a lot of ring wear on it. $19.99 for ELO. Electric Light Orchestra, ELO 2, $19.99. ELO 2, $19.99. And Steve Miller Band, Sailor. It has a WIKE radio station marking on the front. It was at a radio station, $19.99 for Steve Miller Band, Sailor. Orange Capital label, $19.99. Debbie Blair is going to take the Best of Music Machine. All right, Michael's out. Thank you for letting me know, Michael. Let's do a 5-second count off on this one. Brent Ribley has the dual sign, Jackson Brown and David Lindley signed LP for $285. Going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold to Brent Ribley, Tanner, $285. Now, the Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn, Gene Clark is $795. Final call before I make that a buy it now. And somebody may grab that. It's a $795 starting bid. All 3 signatures, they're all 3 JSA authenticated. Jim Anstant wants ELO, and Heidi Bowman wants Steve Miller Band. Those are all sold. Okay, let's grab another autograph. Let's do another autograph. While lots of people, I'm sure, are contemplating that, let's put up Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper is a $75 start. This is pretty cool, actually. It's a $75 start. This one was made out to Dale. It says, Dale, your pal, Alice Cooper. And what makes it kind of like the Allman Brothers, what makes it even really cool, it's an original pressing with the panties. It's an original copy with the panties, and it's very clean copy. It is autographed by Alice Cooper. Dale, your pal, Alice Cooper, 1986 or just 86, original pressing, Green Warner Brothers. Does have a pair of panties with it, JSA authenticated, and that is a $75 start. $75 start. I dropped the sleeve and the JSA card. Let me go over here and pick those up. There's the JSA card. There's the sleeve. $75 start on that. I'm about to end the Gene Clark autograph. So if you think you want to bid $795, now's the time, or I'm going to make it a buy it now. $75 start on Alice Cooper if you want to bid on that. Okay, we have the Long Riders, Native Sons. $14.99 on the Long Riders, Native Sons. War, Why Can't We Be Friends? This also has the insert with it. Has this hit song Low Rider on it. Very clean copy. War, Why Can't We Be Friends? It has a poster with it, actually. $26.99. I don't know if I've seen that before. Tooney wants the Foreigner 4. That's sold to Tooney. And we have Alice Cooper at $75 and now $80. Supertramp, Famous Last Words, $17.99. By the way, I felt like that was a low start on Alice Cooper based on what, even personalized autographs. I thought that was a very fair, if not a low start on Alice Cooper. Supertramp, Famous Last Words, $17.99 for Supertramp, Famous Last Words. All right, it's a buy it now for $795. The Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn, Gene Clark autographs, $795. Buy it now. Triple signed, and Chris Hillman signed it again on the back, JSA authenticated. $795 start. I was surprised, and also I was shocked at the value of Gene Clark's autograph. And and what I was seeing far as the demand of it. That's $795 buy now, triple sign. Hillman, McGuinn, Clark, $795 on that. I'm going to lay it right over here. Paul Brothers wanted Ward. Did I already pull that, Tanner? I haven't. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Alice Cooper's at 75 and now 80. The panties are lightly used. Yes, they're lightly used. Okay, let's see what else we have in here. Let's do Alvin Lee. Alvin Lee from 10 Years After. Just a $55 start on Alvin Lee. $55 start. Not personalized. Very cool. Alvin Lee, famous front man from 10 Years After, played at Woodstock. It says, thanks. Alvin Lee, $55 start on this. And it's probably their most classic album, A Space and Time. A Space and Time. Alvin Lee signed 10 Years After. $55 start. Extremely clean vinyl. The album itself is very nice. About a VG Plus cover. Thanks, Alvin Lee. And that is a $55 start. Alvin Lee is now up for bid. All right, let's go through a few more LPs in here. $55 start on that. We have Tough Darts. That is $34.99 for Tough Darts. That's on the Sire label, $34.99 for Tough Darts. And The Who. Who Are You? MCA original inner sleeve, $19.99. Debbie Blair's at $55 on Albert Lee. Heidi, let me know if you want backing on Alice Cooper. If not, it's going to be sold to Tom Sullivan for $80. Final call on the Alice Cooper autograph for $80. And it's an original pressing of that album. How about Frank Zappa? Overnight Sensations, a 1973 Terre Haute pressing, $39.99. Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation, and the Mothers of Invention, $39.99. Paul's in on Alice Cooper at 85. Heidi's back in at 80. Paul is in first, and Debbie's at 55 on Alvin Lee. The Byrds, Never Before, $19.99 for The Byrds, Never Before, $19.99. That's on the Reflight label, $19.99. And The Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm. The Judds is sealed. It's never been opened. The Judds is $24.99. Also, Pink Floyd, The Final Cut. Pink Floyd is $36.99. The Final Cut. Alice Cooper, 85. Alice Cooper, 100. Alice Cooper, 110. And Debbie Blair wants The Byrds. All of a sudden, lots of bidding on Alice Cooper. Lots of bidding on Alice Cooper. And Debbie Blair, let me pull that copy of The Byrds for you. And Alvin Lee's a final call, though. Going twice, going 5 times. There's only been one bid with Debbie Blair. She has it for $55. JSA authenticated. Alvin Lee signed. Thanks, Alvin Lee, from 10 Years After. That's at just $55. That's a final call. I'm about to sell it. Alice Cooper's at 120 with Heidi. We have Sarah Long on the Judds. That's sold to Sarah Long. And Alice Cooper's at 135. Alvin Lee's at 65. And Alice Cooper's at 135. Morrissey, $19.99 for Morrissey. Interesting Drug. Morrissey is $19.99. Interesting Drug. Morrissey is $19.99. And Song of the Bailing Man, Perry Ubu. Perry Ubu, a 1981 UK import, $24.99. Nick Bargeron gets the Morrissey. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. And we have Peter Tosh, Captured Live, $19.99. Peter Tosh, Captured Live. Debbie Blair's backing on Alvin Lee at 70. The high bid on Alice Cooper is with Tom Sullivan for 135. Still lots of bidders on that. There's still bids coming in. This is Big Audio Dynamite. Shrink wrap and hop sticker, $26.99. Big Audio Dynamite, $26.99. Big Audio Dynamite with Mick Jones and Joe Strummer. Mick Jones and Joe Strummer. Big Audio Dynamite. Shrink wrap, $26.99. Perry Ubu, The Tenement Year. Perry Ubu is a 1988 UK import, $24.99 on that. So we were at Morrissey with Nick Bargeron. Heather Feather, you're second. Alvin Lee is at 70 with Debbie Blair. Alice Cooper's at 130. Alice Cooper's at 140. And we have Tony Shore wanting the bad Big Audio Dynamite. No Joe, just Mick. My bad. Produced by Mick Jones and Joe Strummer. It's produced. I misread. That was produced. I knew Mick Jones was in there. Joe Strummer co-produced it, though. Thank you for that clarification. I was about to say, I didn't think he was in there. B-52's Mesopotamia. I just found that out earlier this year that he was actually in the band. I always seen Big Audio Dynamite. Didn't realize it had anything to do with The Clash. B-52's Mesopotamia, $22.99. Mesopotamia, the B-52s, $22.99. The B-52s, Mesopotamia. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. We're going to be selling his autograph later. This is Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, $29.99 for Lou Reed. So, update on our auctions. Alice Cooper's at 141. This is an original pressing, Green Warner Brothers label with the panties. It says, Dale, your pal, Alice Cooper, 86. JSA authenticated. Randy Anderson's out. Tom Sullivan has that for 141. Going twice, going 3 times. Mark Fallon is the new high bidder on Alvin Lee. Space and Time. That is at 75 of Mark Fallon. Going twice, going 3 times. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. $14.99 for Pat Benatar. Also, Men at Work, Cargo. $22.99 for Men at Work, Cargo. $22.99 for Men at Work, Cargo. Heart, Bad Animals. Heart is $19.99. Heart is $19.99 in shrink wrap for Bad Animals. Georgia Satellites, $29.99. Georgia Satellites, $29.99. Keep your hands to yourself. Debbie's back in on Alvin Lee for 77. Mark's back in at 79. Who else was bidding on Alice Cooper? Heidi's set out. I think everybody's done. I'm going to go ahead and do that final call again, and then I'm going to sell it to Tom Sullivan for 141. Jay Giles Band Freeze Frame, $19.99 for Jay Giles Band, and we have the Eagles, their greatest hits, in shrink wrap, $32.99. $32.99. Tanner, did you find those Rob Zombies on the table over there yesterday? There was a Rob. I thought we have. Did we find them? We never did bring them over here if we did. Hellbilly Deluxe. Okay, I will go. I think they're over there. I'll go glance in just a second. Heart is sold to Paul Brothers. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Debbie Blair's back in on Albert Lee, and it's time to sell Alice Cooper. Tom Sullivan gets that for $141. Nice pickup there. That is sold to Tom Sullivan. $141. Signed Alice Cooper. Okay, let's bring up. So let me read once again what's in the crate. If you're waiting on something, let me know. We have signed albums by Lou Reed, David Allen Coe, Billy Preston and Steve Cropper, Steve Miller, Ginger Baker, Eddie Money, a fully signed Stray Cats, George Strait, another Jackson Brown, Buddy Guy, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Bon Jovi, the Creedence Clearwater signed by Stu Cook, Warren Zevon, Merle Haggard, Gary Wright. I have another Greg Allman that I'm willing to sell tonight. It's not signed by Dickie Betts, but it is signed by Greg Allman, I think. Hold on a second. Yeah, and we have the Doors, Judas Priest, the Jefferson Airplane, the B-52s, and the band. But let me put up, already kind of hand by hand on this one. I'm trying to do stuff that we hadn't done yet, and I was already reaching kind of for Steve Miller. So let me go ahead and put up Steve Miller. Very cool here. So first, let me walk back over here and see what everybody's requested. Steve Miller Band, The Joker. It's a very nice signature, but also, let me step right over here. It's an orange-looking cover, because I bet if I show that, some other people want it. What happened to all the new... Oh, they've moved all the tables over here. They've moved around all the tables. That's not good. John's already pre-set up. So tomorrow, we're having an in-store $1 sale and 20% off. Let's see what's over here. I was hoping I can see it right here. There they are. All right. Yeah, this is Hellbilly Deluxe, $36.99. Gatefold single LP, Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe. It says first time on audiophile black vinyl, Rob Zombie. We've got about 5 or 6. There's 2 right there. $36.99. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, and that does have Dragula on it. $36.99 for Rob Zombie, if anybody wants that. $36.99. Okay, so when I walked away, we pulled Heart. Alvin Lee was at 81. Alvin Lee, 83. Then we got requests for Lou Reed, Merle Haggard, Bon Jovi, Buddy Guy, Eddie Money. Shane Devers asked for David Allen Coe. Debbie Blair's at 85 on Alvin Lee. Mark Fallon's out. Judas Priest, Stephen Martinelli says he'll take the Rob Zombie. Jason Short also wants one. So those are both stowed. Stephen Martinelli and Jason Short. If anybody else wants one, we have more. $36.99. Those come and go out of print. All right, very cool here. A classic album, The Joker, autographed very nicely by Steve Miller. JSA authenticated. I've got this for $175 start. $175 start for Steve Miller. Steve Miller Band, autographed copy of The Joker, and it is signed by Steve Miller, $175 start. Very cool, very nice signature. JSA authenticated, $175 start on that. Now up for bid, $175. Let's go ahead and do a final call on the autographed Alvin Lee. Mark Fallon has let us know he's out. Debbie Blair has it for $85. Thanks, Alvin Lee. $85 going twice, going 3 times. If you come to the store tomorrow, we will have the whole half of the store over here is $1 records tomorrow. Yes. And then 20% off everything else. Foreigner, Head Games, $19.99 for Foreigner, Head Games. Billy Joel, The Bridge, $14.99 for Billy Joel, The Bridge. Jay Giles Band Live, Full House. Jay Giles Band Live, Full House. That's in shrink wrap for $16.99. And we have The Who Face Dances. This has the poster with it. The Who Face Dances, $19.99 with the poster. That concludes that crate. I've got many, many more to go through. But first, let's go ahead and sell this to Debbie Blair for $85. And let me give you a full look at the Steve Miller Band. The Steve Miller, oh, there went the JSA card, Tanner, if you can get that behind the crates. Steve Miller Band, the Joker, just minor shelfware at the bottom. No seam splits. It is a gatefold. It's a solid VG Plus cover. Nothing wrong on the front. Nothing wrong on the back. It really doesn't show wear on the front. Maybe lightly. And just minor shelfware. But yeah, that's a VG Plus cover on that. And that's $175 start. James Lugwood on Foreigner. James Lugwood on Foreigner. And that was for Foreigner 4, right? Let me go back through this crate one more time. I'm just going to read titles. If you decide you want anything in here or need to know a price, let me know and let me grab one of our next auctions. Foreigner Head Games. That is sold to James Lugwood. Foreigner Head Games. That's sold to James Lugwood. Brent's in on Steve Miller at $175. Make sure that's the right. Make sure I didn't miss up anything there. 1195. That is the right card. Okay, that's Brent Robley's at $175. Let's see here. I think we've had more requests, I think, for this Judas Priest probably than just about anything. So anything else on deck tonight. So let's go ahead and do this. This is autographed by Judas Priest, and this, or let me tell you who it's autographed by first. There's 3 signatures on here. There's 3 signatures on here. There was 5 members in Judas Priest for this album, and I guess for most of the albums, right? This has 3 signatures on it. This is autographed by Glenn Tipton, KK Downing, and Ian Hill. I may need to double check that one right quick. Make sure. Yeah, I know Rob Halford didn't sign it. It's not signed by Rob Halford, and I don't think it's signed by Les Binks. Tanner, do you mind pulling up Spence LOA? And I just want to double check that one. And then I'll tell you the number. SpenceLOA.com. But yeah, $195 start. $195. It's got 3 signatures on it. Unleashed in the East. I know it's signed by KK Downing, and I know it's signed by, I'm pretty sure, Glenn Tipton, but I want to make sure it's Ian Hill and not Les Binks. The code is AQ11019. AQ11019. $195 start on that. 3 signatures. And if you get it, track down Rob Halford, and that will be, it is autographed by, that's the wrong code, 11091. Put a 1 on the end of that. My bad. I was about to say, no, it's not signed by, what did that say? Ian Hill, 11091. Yep. It is signed by KK Downing, Glenn Tipton, and Ian Hill. Yep. KK Downing, Glenn Tipton, and Ian Hill. It's not signed by Les Binks or Rob Halford. 3 signatures on that. 195 and now 210. Very cool. And that's a cool one to pick up. And then if you can trap down Rob, he can sign it. I don't know. Is Les Binks still around? I'm not familiar with the members of Judas Priest. This cover is about a VG or VG Plus. There's a little bit of a crease right here. There's a little bit of a crease right here. This cover is about a VG. I'm going to go ahead and call it a VG. So that is a VG cover. All 3 signatures are on there. That's now up for bid. Okay, and that is from Dale's collection. Okay, sorry. Let me go back through these one more time. Brent Robley's at $175 on Steve Miller. The pressing is, it's on the orange Kappa label, which should be OG for this release. Very clean vinyl. SMAS 1-11235-F10. And that's the orange Kappa label on that one. It's a vintage copy. I think that's the first label for that album. Okay, $175. Pink Floyd price. $195 on Judas Priest, $210, and now $240. Was a Lou Reed in the crate. Yes, let me go through these one more time. Very quickly, we have Jackson Browne, Lives in the Balance, $14.99. Coven was sealed with Hop Sticker, 1971. It does have a saw mark. Sealed 110 Soldier, $64.99. The Standells, Why Pick on Me, $34.99 on the Standells. Lou Reed is in shrink wrap. That's called New Sensations, $26.99 for Lou Reed, New Sensations. Also, Amos Milburn Jr., that's $19.99. Another side of Bob Dylan, $74.99. The Long Riders is $14.99. Supertramp, Famous Last Words, $17.99 for Supertramp. Also, Tough Darts, The Who Are You, $19.99. Tough Darts were $34.99. Frank Zappa, $39.99 for The Mother's Overnight Sensation, $39.99 for Frank Zappa. Pink Floyd, The Final Cut was $36.99. Pink Floyd, The Final Cut, $36.99. Song of the Bailing Man, Peru Ubu. Peru Ubu is what Craig said, I think, $24.99. Peter Tosh, Captured Live, $19.99 for Peter Tosh. Another Peru Ubu, that's $24.99. The Tenement Year, B-52's Mesopotamia, $22.99. Another Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, $29.99 for Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. New bid on Steve Miller, Jeff McMaster's at $180. Brent Ribley, You've Been Outbid. Jeff McMaster's at $180. Judas Priest is at $250. Judas Priest is at $270. We have Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Men at Work, Cargo. Men at Work is $22.99. Also, Georgia Satellites is still available, $29.99. Jay Giles Band, Freeze Frame, $19.99. The Eagles, their greatest hits, that's in shrink wrap, $32.99. Billy Joel, The Bridge is $14.99. Jay Giles Live in shrink wrap, $16.99. And The Who, Face Dances, also with the poster, $19.99. So Judas Priest is at $250. Judas Priest is at $270. Steve Miller Band just has a new bid for $181. Now, there's some people who asked about stuff in there. Pink Floyd's still available. The Who's still available. And the Lou Reeds are still available. I've got another crate of new stuff to go through. I'm going to go ahead and set these behind me. If you change your mind and you decide you want something in there or you need a price, just let me know. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next crate, but let me condense this one. If you hopped on late, we went through, the first thing we did, basically the first whole hour of the show, is we went through new vinyl, and there was a bunch of it. We went through 2 full crates of new vinyl, and we pretty much sold most of it, but we have a lot of waiting list, and later tonight I will go back through all those in just a second. Michelle Miller wants Freeze Frame. That is, like I said the other night, that also has the song Centerfold on it, 2 of their big pop 80s hits. Jay Giles is one of those bands where they started off like pop, or started off like rock and blues rock, and then they transformed into pop rock in the 80s. And that is sold to Michelle Miller. Judas Priest now at $300. Jeff McMaster, you're out on Steve Miller Band. Let me know if you want back in. And Tooney put Billy Joel. I don't think there was a Billy Joel in that crate, was there? Or are you just commenting Billy Joel? Let me see what's in this next crate here. Looks like some pretty good titles again. Our first 3 crates of vintage have been very good titles. Let me see what else we have in here. John has been marking a lot of stuff. Some great stuff in here. Let's see what we got. Oh, okay. All right, Judas Priest 300. And we have, what's up with the Kicks record? Kicks, Howie. I met Howie today. I'm rarely in the store to meet people, but I got to see several customers today. Kicks is Blow My Fuse. Blue vinyl, new sealed, Friday Music, $39.99. $39.99. Shout out to the Hissners. They very quickly corrected me on pronouncing their name. And Michael Nath, I got to catch him picking up his order right when my mom was shutting down the store. So I'm never here to see any of these customers. Some of them live just like right down the road, and I've never met them. So glad to be here. I've been here earlier than I ever have today. So in a long time. So no problem. We were talking about Kicks earlier. Okay, so Steve Miller Band's at $183. Judas Priest is at $300 with Jeffrey Dunlap. If you're done bidding on Judas Priest, let me know. The high bid is at $300. Let's go through this crate of new vintage, and I've got more autographs to put up as soon as these have sold. First, we have Reminiscing, Buddy Holly. $29.99 for Reminiscing, Buddy Holly. That is from the Wisconsin collection. $29.99. Prince, Purple Rain. $34.99 for Prince. This has the poster with it and the original inner sleeve. poster and original inner sleeve. Prince, Purple Rain. Chipmunk Punk. Chipmunk Punk. $19.99 for Chipmunk Punk. $19.99. Brent Ribley's at $185 on Steve Miller. And Judas Priest. Judas Priest is at $185. Or excuse me, Judas Priest is at $300 with Jeffrey Dunlap. Steve Wild just bid $301. $301. Steve Wild's in. $301. They're still bidding on that. Alum Die wants CP, which is Chipmunk Punk. That's sold to Alum Die. Aerosmith Draw the Line. $14.99 for Aerosmith. Looks like there's a little bit of ring wear on the cover. $14.99, no condition notes. Jeffrey's back in on Judas Priest at $311. Steve, you're out. Jeff McMaster, you're out on Steve Miller Band. It's at $185. We have the Buster soundtrack, music by Phil Collins, and the Four Tops, and the Hollies, and Gary and the Pacemakers, and Spencer Davis, and Sonny and Cher. That's $19.99 for the Buster soundtrack. Also, Patti Smith Horses. Patti Smith is a 1975 PRC pressing. Patti Smith is $24.99. The Kicks album is $39.99. Blow My Fuse on blue vinyl. Kicks is $39.99. When those go out of print, they'll get pricey again. Dire Straits Making Movies, $26.99. For Dire Straits Making Movies, that is $26.99. Jim Nielsen wants the Buster soundtrack. That's so to Jim Nielsen. We have an out on Judas Priest. The last bidder's Jeffrey Dunlap at $310. If you want to bid, now's the final time. Judas Priest is $310. It's autographed by K.K. Downing, Ian Hill, and Glenn Tipton. Sorry, I can't remember their names. $310. That's a final call. Steve Wild's out. Paul Simon Graceland, $26.99 for Paul Simon. And Huey Lewis and the News, Picture This. Huey Lewis and the News, Picture This, $19.99. Near mint vinyl, Huey Lewis, $19.99. Jeff, let me know if you want back in on Steve Miller Band. Brent Ribley has that for $185. That's going 5 times the Brent Ribley for $185. The Eurythmics, $16.99 for Revenge by the Eurythmics. $16.99 for the Eurythmics Revenge, and the Beach Boys Love You. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Beach Boys Love You, $19.99. Kenny and the Casuals, Things Getting Better. Kenny and the Casuals of the 1983 French pressing, $19.99. And ABBA, the album, self-titled, $19.99. Jess backing on Steve Miller at $190. Judas Priest is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $310. Congratulations on that. There's been people asking for that since the first day I ever announced that we had it back there like 2 months ago. Let's go ahead and do the David Allen Coe. Let's do that. Some people's been asking for that one. We sold a press photo autographed by David Allen Coe a couple weeks ago. This is the first album we've had of his, and some of these I've seen pretty recently have got pricey. This is David Allen Coe's Greatest Hits. This is a $225 start. It's not personalized. It's signed very boldly right there on the collar of his jacket. David Allen Coe, $225 start. $225. David Allen Coe's Greatest Hits. The LP itself is near mint minus. The cover is about a VG plus. There's a lot of wear right here on the spine. Not really noticeable if you're going to have that thing framed. Let me hold it back a little bit. Presents very well. Just a little bit of ring wear here. This is a $225 start. JSA authenticated David Allen Coe's Greatest Hits. Autographed, signed by David Allen Coe. JSA verified and authenticated, $225 start. All right, Steve Miller Band. We were at $190. Jim Nielsen got ABBA. That's sold to Jim Nielsen. Then we had Steve Miller Band $197. Steve Miller Band $200. Toonie wants the previous crate, The Bridge. Was there a Billy Joel in the previous crate? I don't remember reading one off. That's why I was like, was there one back there? And then I never heard, but maybe there was. Billy Joel, The Bridge. It wasn't in the last crate. That's why I got confused. You must be from the very first crate. It has to be from the first crate. It's not in the first crate either. I don't think there has been a Billy Joel, The Bridge tonight. There has. It's right here. I have found it. It was camouflaged. This is sold to Toonie. That's sold to Toonie. Thank you for letting me know. Toonie Stropes got that. Also, we have David Allen Coe. Shane Devers is in at $225. Autographed David Allen Coe. Brent Ribley, you're out on Steve Miller. That is at $200 with Jeff McMaster. Continuing with this crate, Steve Earle is $39.99. Steve Earle and the Dukes, Exit O, that's $39.99. Also, The Doors, Strange Days, $32.99 for The Doors, Strange Days. Black and red Electra label, $32.99 for The Doors. Brent's back in on Steve Miller at $205. Loverboy, $19.99 for Loverboy. That is their self-titled first album, super clean vinyl. $19.99 for Loverboy, and Warren Zevon, his self-titled first album, $29.99 for Warren Zevon. David Allen Coe, going twice, going 3 times to Shane Devers. If you want to bid, now's the time. He's bid. He's been asking about it. Final call, $225. That's a final call to Shane Devers, $225. Also, we have the Doobie Brothers Minute by Minute, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers Minute by Minute. What a fool believes, $14.99. Tony Shore wants to Warren Zevon. That's so to Tony Shore. And Hot Streets Chicago, $9.99. Chicago, Hot Streets, and David Bowie, a second face. David Bowie, a second face. That's a 1983 Canadian pressing, $29.99. The McGuinn, Clark, and Hillman is still available, $795. $795. It's still available. It was a no bid. It's the only autograph that has not sold tonight, $795. Chris, you were second on Warren Zevon. Brent's back in on Steve Miller at $225. Michael Nath wants David Bowie. I'm about to do a 5-second countdown on David Allen Coe. Great price. A lot of there's a couple that sold for almost $300 very recently on eBay. This is $225. Opening bid and final bid, the Shane Devers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold. $225. That was a great deal. You cannot just go on there right now and pick up one of those. There's not many active, and it's really hard to find one of those signatures for under probably $300, $400 right now, a signed LP. Signatures get exponentially more when they're actually on an album. If you've noticed that, if they're actually an album, it gets exponentially higher. The Romantics is $19.99. The Romantics is $19.99. That's self-titled. And also Joe Walsh, So What? $19.99. Brent, your bid on David Allen Coe has come in late, but you are the high bidder on Steve Miller, $225. I would have loved to taken your bid on David Allen Coe, but that has already sold. Let's do the autographed Merle Haggard. Several people's been asking about this. It's a $45 start. It says Merle Haggard to Dale. Merle Haggard, $45 start. There is a crease right below the signature, right here where the saw mark is, and this is a $45 start. Merle Haggard, Ramblin' Fever, $45 start. Merle Haggard, Ramblin' Fever, $45 start. Autograph by Merle Haggard to Dale, JSA authenticated, and that is a $45 start. $45 start. Steve Miller Band is at $226 with Jeff McMaster. We have condition on So What. So What has no condition notes on it. Yes, very clean, and the original inner sleeve, $19.99. $19.99. So, David Allen Coe, that is sold. Steve Miller Band, $226. Stray Cats is on deck. And Wayne Carr's at $45 on Merle Haggard. We have Toto Fahrenheit. Toto, it's been a while since we've had any Toto. That has the original inner sleeve with it. Toto Fahrenheit is $19.99. And John Prine is $24.99. $24.99 for John Prine. $24.99, and that's a 1978 Presswell press. We have Merle Haggard 45, Merle Haggard 50. Michael Nath says he'll take the Joe Walsh. That's sold to Michael Nath. Also, we have Aerosmith done with mirrors. Aerosmith is $24.99. Done with mirrors, $24.99. The Association is $9.99 with hop sticker. Contains Never My Love, Inside Out. The Association, $9.99. Jim Nielsen wants Toto Fahrenheit. That's sold to Jim Nielsen. And we have David Bowie Live. David Bowie, $44.99. David Bowie Live, orange RCA labels, super clean, 2LP, live David Bowie, $44.99. So, Merle Haggard's at $50 with Shane Devers. Going once, going twice. If you want to bid, now's the time. Merle Haggard Ramblin' Fever, that's at $50. Wayne Carr, let me know if you want back in. They're still bidding on Steve Miller. Jeff McMaster, you're out. Brent Robley has that for $227. Jeff was at $226. That's going once, going twice to Brent. Autographed copy of The Joker. The Joker. The Beach Boys, Spirit of America. $19.99 for the Beach Boys, Spirit of America. And Grand Funk, we're an American band. Street wrote their name on the cover, but this is on the yellow vinyl, and it has the stickers with it. It's on gold vinyl with the stickers, just $24.99. $24.99. Steppenwolf Monster, $19.99 on Steppenwolf Monster. And Trout Mask Replica, Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band. That is from 2009, a 2009 pressing, $44.99. The feed has got eerily quiet. I've got to count down Merle Haggard. I was waiting for Wayne to say out, but no one else has bid. Final call. When I set it back down, I'm going to pick it right back up and sell it. Shane Devers has that for $50. Final call. And Jeff McMaster, if you could let me know very quickly if you're in or out on Steve Miller. Brent has that for $227. That's going 7 times. Steve Miller Band, the Joker, and that's at $227. Final call on both of those. The Buddy Holly Story Volume 2, that's in shrink wrap. Very clean. It's on the Coral Rainbow label, $29.99. Michael Nath wants the David Bowie Live. That is sold to Michael Nath, David Bowie Live, and Kansas Vinyl Confessions. Kansas is $19.99. Vinyl Confessions. Slow Train Coming, Bob Dylan, $29.99 for Bob Dylan. Slow Train Coming, $29.99. So, Wayne's out. I said I was going to pick it back up, and I am. This is sold to Shane Devers for $50, and Tanner, the sleeve for that fell behind the crates. It did have a sleeve already on it. Merle Haggard is sold to Shane Devers for $50. They're still bidding on Steve Miller Band. Jeff McMaster's in at $235. Jeff McMaster's in at $235. Let me do what I think is a pretty incredible dual-signed album. This is The Doors, Morrison Hotel. This is The Doors, Morrison Hotel. It's autographed by Robbie Krieger, and on the back, maybe even a more valuable signature, Henry Diltz, a very famous rock photographer. He did the photography for this album. Dale got to meet Henry Diltz. We got several albums signed by Henry Diltz, the photographer. He did Morrison Hotel. He did the cover for Crosby, Stills, and Nash, where they're sitting on the couch. I think he did Eagles, Desperado. He did James Taylor, Sweet Baby James photographs. This is the Morrison Hotel. It's signed by Robbie Krieger, and on the back, it's autographed by Henry Diltz, the photographer. This is going to be a $195 start. The album itself is very nice. Red Electra label, super clean cover, a near mint jacket for sure. Autographed by Robbie Krieger, the guitarist for The Doors, and on the back by Henry Diltz. $195 start. Very cool double-signed album there. Gatefold, and in the inside, the gatefold is signed by Jim Morrison. Oh, I'm just joking. That would be amazing. No Jim Morrison. Robbie Krieger and Henry Diltz signed record. That is now at $200. If Jim had signed it, we'd be more like the $10,000 range probably. I don't know, $15,000? I don't know what one of those would sell for. Evidently very, very expensive. $30,000. Steve Miller Band, $235. Steve Miller Band, $250. The Doors is at $200, and Jeff's out on Steve Miller Band. Final call on Steve Miller Band, and Jeff's in on The Doors for $225. Make sure I didn't miss any claims in here. I will put Buddy Guy up next. We have Dennis Coffey and the Detroit Guitar Band, $29.99. $29.99. This is Dennis Coffey and the Detroit Guitar Band, Evolution in shrink wrap, $29.99. REO Speedwagon, 9 lives. REO Speedwagon, 9 lives. That is $19.99. In shrink wrap, REO Speedwagon, and the Cars Panorama. That's also in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Deja Vu, $34.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Deja Vu. A lot of autographed prints of Henry Diltz aren't too cheap. A lot of signed prints of his famous photography, signed by Henry on the back and Robbie Krieger. The high bid on that is $225 with Jeff McMaster. We have Steve Miller Band. Steve Miller Band. Brent Ribley has that for $250. Autographed copy of The Joker. Going twice, going 3 times, going 4 times. Steve Miller Band, $250. It's about to be sold to Brent Ribley, $250. Also, Debbie Gibson, Out of the Blue, $19.99 for Debbie Gibson. And The Who, Who's Missing, $19.99. U2 Unforgettable Fire has already sold. Christopher Morris wants The Association and Buddy Holly Reminiscing. Let's see here. Those were a little bit further back. There's The Association and Buddy Holly Reminiscing. Was that still in here? Buddy Holly Reminiscing. Right here. Those sold to Christopher Morris. And this is sold to Christopher Morris. All right, I'm picking up Steve Miller Band. GC, let me know if you want backing on The Doors. If not, that's a final call to Jeff very quickly for $225. And this is sold to Brent Ribley. Brent, that's at $250. Just making sure everybody was done. I think it was just down to you and Jeff, but just making sure everybody's done. The Doors is at $225. We're going to make sure GC's done. And Michael Golston wants Debbie Gibson. Tanner, do we have a bin of putbacks? If so, I'm just about ready for those. Anybody else? Did we do a final recap of this bin? Let me go ahead and just read titles. Let me go ahead and grab our next autograph, by the way. Let's go ahead and do the Buddy Guy as requested. Buddy Guy. This is autographed copy of Buddy Guy, Stone Crazy. Buddy Guy Stone Crazy, $145. $145 starting bid. The cover does have some creases down here. It does have, it looks like the corner took a ding at one point. Very nice signature though by Buddy Guy Stone Crazy. $145 start. The vinyl's very nice on the alligator label. It's JSA authenticated. Presents very well. You kind of just put that up like that in a frame. Very nice. Autographed by Buddy Guy. $145 start. Stone Crazy. That's now up for bid. Shane Devers is already in early on that one. All right. I was making sure GC was done on the doors. Jeff has it for $225. I'm about to sell that. I'll get another auction started. Let me read a few titles off first. Here's what's left in here. Prince Purple Rain, $34.99. Aerosmith Draw the Line. Patti Smith Horses. Dire Straits Making Movies. Paul Simon Graceland. Loverboy, I was reading Chad's comment. I'll get that in a second. Huey Lewis, The Eurythmics. We have the Beach Boys, Kenny and the Casuals. Steve Earle and the Dukes. We still got the Doors, Strange Days. Loverboy, that's their self-titled first album. No condition notes, generic white inner sleeve. Near mint minus vinyl, VG plus cover, 1999. All right, I was making sure GC was out, but I haven't heard from them. I think it's been enough time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold to Jeff and Master for $225. We sold just an autographed Robbie Krieger by itself not too long ago for, I think, over $300. That is sold for $225 and autographed by Henry Deal. So that's just something that doesn't come up with both of their signatures. It's like that's one like I just can't look it up and find a comp for. So pretty cool. All right. Here's another classic. Cream, Wheels of Fire, autographed by Ginger Baker. Autographed by Ginger Baker. Cream, Wheels of Fire. Ginger Baker on drums. Wheels of Fire. Autographed by Ginger Baker. Starting bid, $115. $115. JSA authenticated, Wheels of Fire, autographed by Ginger Baker. The original and, of course, only drummer for Cream. $115 start on that. What a classic album to have autographed, too. $115 start on the Ginger Baker. All right, Shane was the only bidder on that. Jeff put Soft Parade $240. That must have been the other one Jeff bought, or that was another one that sold. The Buddy Guy corner. I will. Buddy Guy. It's right there. It does have that. I kind of tried to straighten it out, but those creases aren't going to just disappear. But that's a final call to Shane Devers for $145. I am about to sell it. Okay. We have Chris B. Jack, the Who's Missing. That's sold to Chris B. Jack. And final call on Buddy Guy. I do have some other autographed Buddy Guys. I think they're up here tonight. I'll try to get to them. This is the first one. It's about to be sold. Did anybody want the Loverboy? Strange Days mono or stereo? This is a stereo reissue. The mono is, well, it took us forever to find a mono copy for a couple people. This is near mint. It's an 80s, early 80s stereo reissue of this. Late 70s, early 80s. Ginger Baker's $115 start. Doobie Brothers Minute by Minute. We also had Chicago, The Romantics, John Prine, Aerosmith, The Beach Boys, Grand Funk, Steppenwolf, Captain Beefheart, Buddy Holly Story, Kansas, Bob Dylan, Dennis Coffey, REO Speedwagon, The Cars, and Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Tanner's got me 2 full crates of putbacks and resales. 1 full crate. Okay, we'll do that right now. Let's sell Cream for $115, and let's sell Buddy Guy for $145. So those are both sold. Cream is, Ginger Baker is a buy it now. No one bid on that. That's a $115 buy it now. And Buddy Guy is sold to Shane Devers for $145. And Cream is that was a buy it now. No one's bid on that. Buy it now and Cream for $115. Cream, Wheels of Fire. I cannot keep the sleeves up here tonight. They're slippery. Cream is a $115 buy it now, and that's sold to Jeff and Master. Nice pickup there, uncontested. Sold to Jeff and Master for $115, and Chad Van Horn wants the Loverboy, and that's sold to Chad Van Horn. Brent Robley was second on Ginger Baker. All right, let me put up 2 new auctions before I put up this next crate. Let's keep chipping away at the autographs. I may slip in a Japanese LP as well. I've got Lou Reed, Billy Preston, Steve Cropper, Eddie Money, the Stray Cats. Let's do that one because it was requested. George Strait. I got another Jackson Brown. I do have another one of those. Stu Cook, Bon Jovi, Warren Zevon, Gary Wright, the Jefferson Airplane, and my crate just fell over. Let me just go ahead and grab Stray Cats, and we'll put it over here. Now, the other night we had one that was personalized. This one isn't, and this one's really nice. Stray Cats. This is a $275 start. Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. Fully signed. $275 start. This is not personalized. It's autographed by all three members. It is JSA authenticated. $275 start. $275 start. The Stray Cats. $275 start. Cynthia is in. It is fully signed. All three. JSA authenticated. Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. $275 start. That is now up for bid. That is now up for bid. Okay, we had Ginger Baker. We have a request for Lou Reed, and we have a request for Bon Jovi. Let me go ahead and grab one of those right now. Stray Cats is at $275 with Cynthia. And let me grab the Lou Reed. This is Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed, autographed by Lou Reed. This is a $175 start. And I'll go ahead and tell you, about the cheapest anything Lou Reed signed, especially an LP, is about $300 or $400 right now, but it's really hard to find them sold. So that's why I'm thinking more like a $175 start on this. But either way, not a lot of signed albums out there, and if so, they're pricey. There's some people have crazy prices on. This is a $175 start, $175 start. Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed, and that's his signature. I know it looks like a couple squiggly lines, but that's Lou Reed's signature. That looks about like the way somebody like him would sign. Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed, $175 start. $175 start. JSA authenticated. Time for a new crate. Final call on the Stray Cat. Cynthia has that for $275. Let me set that crate down here. Actually, I think I can almost condense it and get everything into one. That would be fantastic. That would help me know what's been gone through and what has not been gone through. And sooner than later, we'll probably do a major recap on all of tonight's new vinyl because there was some great stuff. But first, we have a whole bin here of putbacks. These are no payments, non-payments, and putbacks. Let me go through those first. All right. Stray Cats pressing. Stray Cats is, let's see here. If I can grab a hold of it. It's an original U.S. pressing for sure. It's near mint. And it has the original inner sleeve with it. Signed by Brian Setzer, Slim Jim Phantom, and Lee Rocker. That's an original U.S. pressing. Very nice jacket. $275 with Cynthia. Going twice, going three times. If anybody wants to bid on Lou Reed, if you're interested in Lou Reed, if you're wanting a Lou Reed autograph, I promise you, this is the best deal you can have right now at a $175 start. Guarantee it. Cheapest one I could find after that started at $350, and it wasn't as nice and it wasn't as cool as this one. $175 start. Let's go through some putbacks and non-payments. These are putbacks and non-payments. First, we have Pearl Jam Versus, new and sealed. That's the single LP. That's the single LP of Pearl Jam Versus, and that is $31.99. We have King Crimson, Cat Food, and Groon. This is a 50th anniversary pressing. King Crimson, $14.99. Also, we have Paula Abdul, Shut Up and Dance, a 1990 SRC press, Paula Abdul, $19.99 for Paula Abdul, and Warren, Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich, $44.99 for Warren. Music on vinyl, limited to 3,000 on clear vinyl. Warren is $44.99. Also, Eagles, The Long Run, VG Plus condition, $19.99. VG Plus condition, $19.99. There is not a Bon Jovi autograph up for bid. No. No Bon Jovi autograph up. Neil Young, Time Fades Away. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Neil Young, VG Plus, $24.99. And new and sealed, The Cult, Sonic Temple, green vinyl, 2LP, $39.99. The Cult, and that's on green vinyl. Okay, I'm going to make Lou Reed a buy it now. Lou Reed is a $175 buy it now if anybody wants that. JSA authenticated, Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed. That is a $175 buy it now if anybody wants that. And no one bid against Cynthia. She gets the fully signed Stray Cats Rant and Rave for $275. That is sold to Cynthia for $275. That is sold for $275. If anybody wants Lou Reed, it is a $175 buy it now. That's going over here with the Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn, and Gene Clark. Okay, we have some people chomping at the bits on Bon Jovi. So let's put it over here. Bon Jovi. And we have, what else do we have? Let's do the George Strait. George Strait, he was surprised on how expensive some of his were. We have Bon Jovi. This is signed. I won't say fully signed, but it's got 3 really cool signatures on it. The first is Bon Jovi. On the back, it's autographed by Richie Sambora, and it's also signed by Tico Torres, which is Bon Jovi's drummer. So this has got 3 signatures, including Richie Sambora's on it. $325 start, autographed by Bon Jovi. And not only that, it's his debut album, too. Bon Jovi self-titled, about a VG Plus cover. It has the original inner sleeve with it. Very clean vinyl, EX Plus Near Mint Minus, autographed by Bon Jovi. It's also signed by Richie Sambora and Tico Torres. I think that's how you say his name. I've got to be close. Jeff's in at $325. That's up for bid on Bon Jovi. There's the JSA authentication. All 3 signatures have been verified. And George Strait. This is an autographed copy of Does Fort Worth Ever Cross Your Mind? George Strait, Does Fort Worth Ever Cross Your Mind? This says, To Dale, Love George Strait. To Dale, Love George Strait. JSA authenticated, autographed copy of Does Fort Worth Ever Cross Your Mind? And that is going to be a $125 start for the George Strait. $125 for George. If that wasn't personalized, I'd probably be saying a $350 start. $350 start. George Strait, To Dale, Love George Strait. That is up for bid for a $125 start. Bon Jovi's at $325, now $350. This is one of the ones in the back of my mind. I would be surprised if we didn't bring out the air horn on this one. I was like, this is possibly an air horn record. Calvin Ward is at $350. Jeff was at $325. Jim Nielsen's in on George Strait at $125. Okay, I think Cynthia got a real good deal on the Stray Cats. And earlier, Lou Reed is sold to Brent Robley. He's going to pick that up for a buy it now. And I think I said $175 on that, Tanner. Lou Reed is sold to Brent Robley for $175. Bon Jovi's at $375. The Cult is available. So is Richard Wright, Wet Dream. Richard Wright from Pink Floyd, one of his solo albums, limited edition blue marbled vinyl, $29.99. Also, Junior Wells, In My Younger Days. Junior Wells is $19.99. Junior Wells. And Introducing the Beatles. This is a bootleg copy, $19.99, an unofficial pressing, a counterfeit of Introducing the Beatles, $19.99. Also, Disturbed, The Sickness, as in Down with the Sickness, $31.99. Bon Jovi's at $400 with Steve Wild. And we have Dangerous Toys, Greatest Tricks. That's on purple vinyl. Dangerous Toys is $29.99. Dangerous Toys. Also, Judas Priest, Rock-A-Rolla. This was actually on sale. It was marked down to $24.99. I'll still honor that price if anybody wants it. Judas Priest is $24.99. And Rush, Vapor Trails Remixed. Rush is $38.99 for Vapor Trails Remixed. New and sealed 2LP. Final call on George Strait. By the way, I think if you get the right person, you could take some alcohol and probably remove that To Dale. And that would, I'm not going to do it because I don't want to risk messing anything up. But if you want to get a little risky and try that with like a Q-tip or something, where this is a glossy cover and that's in Sharpie, you can tell where it's kind of already a little spotty right here. You probably could take that off and it would double, if not triple, the value of that autograph. So Jim Nielsen, you have it right now for $125. That is one I think the To Dale would actually rub right off. And it would say just love George Strait. You might want to take off the word love too, but I would leave that on there. And exponentially more. Just a straight So I saw on eBay on my Terapeak research a straight up copy of George Strait's number 7, JSA authenticated, sold for $899.99. And then a straight signed George Strait Christmas album sold for $750, I believe. They're very expensive when it's just straight signed, so it might have been worth sending to a professional to remove that. His signature on an album is not cheap. Photos, just signed photos aren't cheap, but albums, much, much more. Final call on that. Bon Jovi is at $400. Bon Jovi is at $400. Bon Jovi's at $400. So the question is, did Richie Sambora actually play on this album? Richie Sambora. Bon Jovi. Richie Sambora played lead guitar on this album. Richie Sambora did play on this album. John Bon Jovi, David Roshbaum, Richie Sambora, Alec John Such, and Tico Torres, the Hitman drums. He did play on this album. Richie Sambora, he played on this album. Of course, Bon Jovi did, and Tico Torres. There's Sambora and there's Tico. They all three played on this album, yes. They played on the album. All three of them signed it. All three are JSA authenticated. We have Mud Honey, Super Fuzz Big Muff, special anniversary edition on mustard yellow vinyl, $28.99 on Mud Honey, $28.99, and Bad Company. That's the self-titled album. That's a gatefold on clear vinyl. Bad Company is $29.99. Limited edition crystal clear vinyl. We had one of these opened the other day. It sounds amazing. I'm so glad they put that back into print, but they are a limited edition run. That's a non-payment or putback, $29.99. And Disney's Christmas Favorites. Disney's Christmas Favorites is $19.99. Disney's Christmas Favorites, $19.99. Also, Warrant Cherry Pie, limited edition of 3,000 on cherry colored vinyl, $44.99. All right, Jim Nielsen's going to get the George Strait for $125. That's so to Jim Nielsen. They're still bidding on Bon Jovi. We're getting very close to that air horn territory. I figured we would on that one. And Jeff, the Fogarty signature is sold to you for $110. I've already took it off eBay. So it's yours for $110. It will be added to this week's invoice. Bon Jovi's up for bid. Let me slip in a Japanese pressing right quick, along with another autograph. So let me go ahead and do a Japanese pressing and an autograph. I'm going to go ahead and do all the ones I haven't done tonight, and then we'll get into other stuff that wasn't advertised, and then some that I may had other signatures of. So we've sold a couple tonight that there's more copies of, or at least more signatures. But right now, I'm doing all the stuff that we haven't done, including Gary Wright, who's recently passed away. This is a $65 start. It's an autographed copy of Gary Wright. It says, "To Patty, love Gary Wright." It has been JSA authenticated. There's the JSA authentication. There's the JSA card. It says, "To Patty, love Gary Wright." And once again, this is a glossy top cover. I think that "To Patty" may actually get rubbed off if you want to try it. But it's Gary Wright, signed, JSA authenticated, $65 start. $65 start. I'm also going to start a third auction for Men at Work, their classic album Business as Usual, Japanese pressing. This is going to be a $35 start. Men at Work, Business as Usual, $35 start, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a Japanese pressing with Obi, $35 start. So Men at Work, we got 3 auctions going. Also, Billy Idol, this sold at auction for $45 and someone didn't pay for it. It's a shrink wrap copy of Rebel Yell with hype sticker, $45 if anybody else wants it. It's a super nice copy, $45 start, Rebel Yell, shrink wrap and hype stickered, $45 buy it now if anybody wants that. Billy Idol, didn't get paid for. Also, a Warrant Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich, $44.99. New and sealed, speaking of Bon Jovi Crush. Bon Jovi, $36.99 for Bon Jovi Crush. Also, Prince and the Revolution, Purple Rain. This is $39.99 for Prince. Super clean copy with the original inner sleeve. Prince, Purple Rain. George Ellis is going to take the Billy Idol. And Tanner, I said we would do $45 buy it now on that, what it's sold for at auction. That's sold to George Ellis. Also, Be a Man, Macho Man Randy Savage on orange vinyl, $44.99. Steve Wright is going to take the Bon Jovi Crush. I think I can still get these if anybody wants on a waiting list. Steve Wright got that one. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. We have Santana Smooth. That is the 12-inch single. It's a promo, Smooth with Rob Thomas, $29.99. A white label promo from 1999, $29.99. We've got lots of active bidders on Bon Jovi. $440, $450, $450 and $470. 3 bidders. Jeff McMaster has it for $470. Jeff McMaster has it for $470. That's autographed by Bon Jovi, Richie Sambora, and Tico Torres. Final call to get a bid in on the Gary Wright, looking for a $65 start. Molly Hatchet, No Guts, No Glory. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Beastie Boys is new and sealed for $36.99, and that's the new 50th anniversary on burgundy colored vinyl. That's the new 50th anniversary on burgundy colored vinyl, $36.99. And The Darkness, Permission to Land, 20th anniversary on blue marbled vinyl, $31.99 on Darkness. Calvin's at $475 on Bon Jovi. Cities, Annihilation Absolute. That looks like some metal. It is, $49.99. Cities, Annihilation Absolute. It also has the merch form, and that's on Metal Blade Records. That's on Metal Blade Records. Has the original inner sleeve. Cities, Annihilation Absolute, $49.99. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 1, $36.99 on Halloween. We also have Green Day, Dookie, the blue vinyl, 30th anniversary edition, $29.99. And Kiss, Psycho Circus, $49.99. New and sealed Kiss, Psycho Circus. Bon Jovi, $475, $490, and $500. Let's go ahead and sell Gary Wright. This is Gary Wright, and this is a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now on Gary Wright. That is autographed by Gary Wright, 2 Patty, $65 buy it now. JSA authenticated, $65 buy it now if anybody wants Gary Wright. $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now. Feel like somebody's going to get that. Men at Work is not signed. Nope. It's a $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. Who can it be now? And the Men Down Under. $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. Japanese Pressing, looking for a $35 buy it now. Okay. Would you be willing to tell me the cost of JSA single record? Well, that's something I really can't answer. It's a lot of variables. It depends who signed it, how many signatures there is, and there's a lot of variables. It's not just a single set price, and you would have to send it to them via mail. So if you're just going to send in one record, you got to pay shipping there, you got to pay shipping and insurance back, and then you got to pay for the actual fee. If it's a rare signature or a valuable signature, they require a letter of authenticity. Sometimes there's some that don't, but are still valuable, like the Gene Clark we have. It's a very valuable signature. It doesn't require a letter of authenticity. But it kind of depends on who it is. If you could let me know who it is, I can probably tell you if it's real or not. If you want to send me a picture of it, I can probably tell you if it's real or not by first look. But it really depends on who it is. Just like an autographed baseball, some of them are very expensive. You know, some they charge, like PSA, they charge a lot of money for some rare signatures. Okay, here's our next autograph. This is autographed by Stu Cook, who was the bass player in Creedence Clearwater Revival, the OG bass player, Creedence Clearwater Revival. This is the album Green River. Green River, and this is a $45 start. It's autographed by Stu Cook, the bass player. Very clean copy as well. $45 start on that. JSA authenticated. Bon Jovi's at $510 with Paul Brothers. $510 with Paul Brothers. We still got 3 active bidders on that. So tonight is autograph, like higher end autographs round 1. This is higher end autographs round 1. We've got almost 100 autographs that will have our letters of authenticity back. And that's stuff like the Stevie Ray Vaughan, the Ringo Starr, Townes Van Zandt, John Prines. There's a lot that require letter of authenticities. We got some Tom Petty. We got some some starting bids that will be 4 digits whenever they come back. So those will be sometime middle of next month. Okay. We have Ken Crooker says he'll take the Cities album. That's sold to Ken Crooker. Psycho Circus is $49.99. Bon Jovi's at $410. We're looking for a $45 start on Stu Cook. We have Sodom. This sold at auction for $135 and didn't get paid for. If anybody wants it, it's $135. This is Sodom. This is called Obsessed by Cruelty. Obsessed by Cruelty. Sodom, $135 buy it now. It's Metal Blade Records, no condition notes. There's a little bit of condition damage on the back of the cover. Just minor though. That's sold at auction for $135. I'm going to sell it again if anybody wants it for that. Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher, $34.99. Minute Work is $35 for right now. All the auctions, if they don't get a bid, they're a sticker price for right now. Also, Phil Collins face value, $19.99. Phil Collins face value, $19.99. That's a gatefold, super clean copy. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Okay, Jeff McMaster or Calvin Ward. Let me know if you want in on Bon Jovi. Paul Brothers has this for $510. That's going twice, going 3 times. And Stu Cook, this is autographed by Stu Cook, Creedence Clearwater Revival, JSA authenticated. The vinyl is EX plus near mint minus. We're looking for a $45 start. $45 start. Next is Minute Work is Tooney wants the Phil Collins. Minute Work is $35. That's a very fair offer, but I'm going to keep them just to make everything clear. They're all just sticker price right now. But later, we may can do something on it if no one else buys it. Jackson Brown is $29.99. Jackson Brown, $29.99. Autographed Alabama. Well, if it has more than 5 signatures, it requires a letter of authenticity. So we have some authentic albums in the back. We got a fully signed Marshall Tucker, but we didn't get a letter of authenticity with it because sometimes the value of the album is less than what the letter of authenticity would cost. So, Dennis, that's one of those albums, if you want a letter of authenticity with it, you can pay for one. It's probably going to be like $125 or $150, but that album probably isn't worth as much as it would be to have it authenticated, if that makes sense. So sometimes things aren't worth having authenticated. Sometimes they're not worth having authenticated. The value of the autograph is less than what it would cost to have it authenticated. So that might be the case with Alabama. If it's real, it's not a super expensive album to begin with. So, but you can have it authenticated if you want. This is EX $27.99. Except Restless and Wild. Except Restless and Wild. That is $27.99. EX condition. There is some cover damage here on the back right there. That's part of that metal collection, some stuff they didn't get paid for. Also, what do we have here? This looks cool. We might have to completely re-auction this. Do you still have the price on this, Tanner? I guess not. Wow. Gary Moore, this picture disc. Man. Okay, we'll have to re-auction that. We'll have to re-auction that. That didn't have a price on it. And Quicksilver, Just for Love, $19.99. This is a good time for me to ask and why. If you message the page and want to put back records after you've got your invoice, while either A, we charge a restocking fee, or B, we ask you to not put them back, because we have to, first of all, take the time to put them all back, and then we have to fix the invoice, and then we have to resell them. And for some reason, after a record has already been sold and we try to sell it again, it is cursed. As y'all can see, there's some great records in here that's not selling, and that's why we ask very nicely not to put back records, because when they're put back, it's like they're cursed and we can't sell them. Everybody's like, somebody's already bought this. I don't want it. So this is why we charge restocking fees and ask not to put anything back. Let me change my mics right quick. Okay, I got a new mic on. So yeah, that's why we're like, please don't put anything back, because we have to take the time to resell all these, where we could be showing new stuff right now. And these are, they're usually, for some reason, very difficult to sell once they've already sold and not been paid for. It's like they're cursed. Except it's sold to Brandon Jackson.
Not be claimed in the first place.
Yeah, so, we probably could have already sold a lot of these to other people, and they would have already been sold or auctioned to other people. They would have been paid for, and they probably would have already been delivered. Yeah, and there was probably, like, we could have showed this that night or this that night, and the backup bidder, whoever was maybe at 130, they probably would have already paid for it, and it would have already been sent to their house. So this is like why we ask don't do putbacks. Make sure you want it before you bid or buy, 1,000,000%. $24.99 till Tuesday, welcome home. $24.99 till Tuesday, welcome home. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. Another copy of Kiss Psycho Circus, $49.99. And a lot of times on new vinyl, I reorder stuff that I think we're sold out of, and then we have a lot of putbacks, and then I'm kind of overstocked on it. This is Shock Paris. Shock Paris is $79.99, and this is Go for the Throat. Shock Paris, $79.99. Shock Paris, Go for the Throat, $79.99. A 1984 red logo. Shock Paris, $79.99. And Ray Sings, Basie Swings, Ray Charles and Count Basie Orchestra, Genius Squared, $36.99. $36.99. All right, so when to do a final call and perhaps another air horn. Jeff McMaster's at $525 on Bon Jovi. That's going 5, going 9 times. Everybody else is out. Paul's out. Calvin's out. Jeff has the Bon Jovi signed by Bon Jovi, Richie Sambora, and Tico Torres. 3 signatures, all authenticated for $525 by JSA. Final call, $525. I'm going to make Stu Cook a buy it now if anybody wants this for $45. This is a buy it now for $45. Green River, Creedence Clearwater Revival, autographed by Stu Cook. If anybody wants that, it's a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. We pulled Brandon Jackson's Accept, right? Did we already pull that for Brandon Jackson? Brandon Jackson's already pulled that. We have Cynthia Herdron on the Ray Charles, and Stephen Tuttle wants the CCR for $45 buy it now. Okay, Bon Jovi's the final call. Let me go ahead and be grabbing one of the next auctions. And we have Billy Preston, Steve Cropper, and David Bromberg. This is a triple signed Ringo Starr album. It's signed by Billy Preston, also known as the Fifth Beatle. Steve Cropper, we've had his signature already before, famous session musician. Gatefold, very nice copy on Apple with the original booklet, custom Ringo label, and David Bromberg autographed on the back. So 3 signatures, David Bromberg, the very desirable Billy Preston, and Steve Cropper. $195 start. All 3 signatures have been JSA authenticated. Ringo Starr, autographed by Billy Preston, Steve Cropper, and David Bromberg. $195 on that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do the air horn right now. Another air horn, the second of the night. Bon Jovi, self-titled debut album. This is signed by Bon Jovi, Richie Sambora, and Tico Torres. It's sold to Jeff McMaster for $525. He's getting the second air horn of the night right into the camera. Thank you, Jeff. Tanner leaves the room and Seth plugs his ears. I take it. My ears are going to be ringing tonight, but that's why we can't hear us. So Ringo's still kicking. That's true. Maybe you can locate Ringo and get him to sign it.
That's why you can't ever hear us.
What?
That's why.
Yeah, I do have bad hearing. I think Tanner and Seth do talk at a low volume though, but y'all are mumblers. Did y'all ever take a public speaking class? You got to get over here and you got to talk loud. Okay, let's put up this Gary Moore. I remember selling this. This is really cool. This is a Gary Moore shaped picture disc, $25 start. Gary Moore shaped picture disc. This is really cool. It's Shapes of Things and Blinder, $25 start. Shapes of Things and Blinder. They're low talkers. Yeah, Tanner, they're low talkers. You have low talkers. You have close talkers. Yeah, they were dating. Kramer was dating that low talker, and she talked Jerry into wearing the pirate shirt. Seth, you're just a low talker. Just go ahead and admit it. You're a low talker. All right. We have Jeff Healey Band, See the Light, new and sealed Jeff Healey, $28.99. What do we have here? Black Metal No Wave, EX Condition, $12.99. EX Condition, $12.99. Johnny Rivers, Borrowed Time, that was $6.99. Johnny Rivers, Borrowed Time. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. VG Plus Condition, $9.99. The Beatles, Something New. VG Condition, $19.99. The Beatles, Something New. VG Condition, $19.99. We also have Harry Nilsson. That was $12. That's a weird price. Somebody must have made an offer on it and didn't pay for it. That's no fun. Harry Nilsson's $12. And The Who, Who's Next? That's $35. Master File Series, Half-Speed Master. The Ramones, new and sealed, $28.99. The Ramones Rock at the Russia, $31.99. Stone Temple Pilots Greatest Hits on blue vinyl, $39.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, this is Soul to Soul, music on vinyl, limited edition 1500 on marbled blue vinyl, $44.99. Tyler Childers, $29.99. Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages on clear vinyl, $31.99. Zach Bryan, Summertime Blues, $29.99. And Cheap Trick, All Shook Up, $21.99. anybody wants a Billy Preston and Steve Cropper, it's a $195 buy it now. It's also signed by David Bromberg, $195, buy it now on that. No bid. I'm making that one sold very quickly, so I hope you're paying attention. $195 buy it now on the Billy Preston, Steve Cropper, and David Bromberg. That's a $195 buy it now on that. And if anybody wants a Gary Moore, I'm pretty sure the last time we sold this, it sold for $50 or $60. It's a $25 buy it now if anybody wants it. $25 buy it now. Henry Pardidez put DB. DB was for the Doobie Brothers. That's sold to Henry. Pamela Yeager wants HN for Harry Nilsson. That's sold to Pamela. And we have more info on the Black Metal album. The Black Metal album is EX Edition $12.99. That's Rubella Gallows Humor. Rubella Gallows Humor, EX Condition $12.99. And that is EX $12.99. Henry says, never mind. He needs to put back the Doobie Brothers. I'm putting that back, so only Pamela got that. Gary Moore is sold to Brandon Jackson for $25. And if anybody wants the Billy Preston, Steve Cropper, and David Bromberg, $195. Let's put up a couple more auctions. Next is Eddie Money. This one is pretty cool. And let's go ahead and do the other Jackson Brown, David Lindley autograph I have. So this is Eddie Money. This is signed, very cool on the front, Eddie Money. It's about a VG Plus cover. There's a little bit of a crease right here through the word Eddie and some minor ring wear, but overall it presents very well, very cool signature. And this is Eddie Money, JSA authenticated, just a $75 start too. Just a $75 start, Eddie Money, signed, very cool signature, $75 start, Eddie Money, $75 start on that. JSA authenticated, autographed by the man himself, just a $75 start on that. Now up for bid. Brandon Jackson got Gary Moore. Blade Singletary wants BM. Blade Singletary on BM. Let me figure out what BM was. What was BM? And I'll pull that for you. BM. BM. Let me know what that is. Info on Tyler Childers. I've got pretty much every Tyler Childers album in stock. This one's called Rustin' in the Rain. It's on indie exclusive green vinyl. $29.99 if you want that David Graves. Dave Deckenberger says he will take the Black Metal LP. That was right here. That's sold to Dave Deckenberger. Toonie says she will take the Minute Work for $35. That's sold to Toonie. Great decision there. Shipping for one LP from Japan. If you order that from Japan, the shipping, $28. Not cheap to get those shipped from Japan. Blade says he'll take the Black Metal. Okay, but somebody had already asked about that. Dave asked about that, and he said he'll take it. So that was already sold to him. Jim Nelson's at $75. That's sold to Brandon Jackson for $25. And let's do the other, Jackson Brown. This has actually got a third signature on it. Hope you're paying attention, especially if you missed out on the last one. First of all, this jacket is notorious for being beat the heck because it's this die-cut cover. Based on what the last one sold for, I'm going to start this one for $225. This is Jackson Brown for Every Man. Autograph by Jackson Brown. It's also autographed on the back again by David Lindley. And Jim Keltner. Jim Keltner, famous session drummer. He played with Jackson Brown. He played with John Lennon. It's got 3 signatures on this one. $225 start. Jackson Brown for Every Man. Once again, a beautiful silver paint pen, bold and centered. Jackson Brown was proud of his albums. He signed big and bold right on the center when he autographed for Every Man. $225 start. Silver paint pen, also autographed by Jim Keltner. When Jim would autograph, he would make a picture of a drum. That's a little symbol of a drum there. And then David Lindley's signature, very nice on the back, and a super nice cover. Like I said, usually this die-cut cover is beat the heck, not this one. $225, signed by Jackson, Jim, and David. $225 on that. Eddie Money is at 80, 75, 80, 90, 100, 115, 120. And then there's the COA card from JSA on that. $225 on Jackson Brown. And we just sold one of those not too long ago for, as y'all remember, more than that. Okay. I'm going to go grab a bottle of water before I finish out this crate. Let me go grab a bottle of water. Oh, my legs are still sore. Okay, let me go do that right quick. I'm very much, my lips are like chapped and I haven't had enough H2O, right, Tanner? Tanner says, guess not, Chad. Wow. Never heard you use my name in a sentence before. Okay, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Quick timeout. How about this, Seth? You're fired. Goodbye. Seth? Fired. Gone. See you later. The Doobie Brothers, the Captain and Me, VG Plus. Oh, I've already been through this crate, haven't I? Well, we're done with this crate. Let me go through and read the titles one more time. Instead of going from that part, let me start from the back. All right, Eddie Money, 155, 150, 155. And let's go through this one more time. We have, if you need any prices, let me know. We have Pearl Jam. We have King Crimson, Paul Abdul, Warrant, Eagles, Neil Young, Colt, Richard Wright, Junior Wells, Beatles, Disturbed, Dangerous Toys, Judas Priest, Rush, Mudhoney, Bad Company, Disney Christmas, Warrant, Prince, Macho Man Randy Savage, Santana, Molly Hatchet, Beastie Boys, Darkness, Halloween, Green Day, Kiss, Sodom, Greta Van Fleet, Jackson Brown, Quicksilver, Till Tuesday, Shock Paris, Jeff Healey, Doobie Brothers, Johnny Rivers, The Beatles, The Who, The Ramones, Stone Temple Pilots, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Willie Nelson, Zach Bryan, Cheap Trick, Tyler Childers. All right, so final call to get a bid in on the Jackson Brown, David Lindley, Jim Kelter, triple signed LP. I wonder if the people bidding on the other one that didn't win the last one's watching right now, because this is only a $225 start, and I'm about to make it a buy it now. We have Eddie Money at $175, Eddie Money at $180. John Duran wants the Disney Christmas record. Let's pull that for Mr. John Duran. That's so to John Duran, Disney Christmas. Also, we have Eddie Money at $200. And that's all the Misfits albums. That's all the rejects no one wanted to pay for. So let's see here. Let's put that right over here. That's everything vintage or pre-owned I've gone through. Okay, now before I go into any kind of discounts tonight, we had an epic, before I go into recapping any discount bins, we had an epic night of new vinyl. What did I just say, Tanner? New vinyl. And I'm going to recap what's left of that because it is 10:16. Time has flown tonight. Flown? What am I saying? Man, my words, I'm done. Yeah, too many monsters. If you were to write down what I say every night on a transcript, it would look like, who wants to have fun one night and rewatch an entire show and put down in a transcript everything that I say? Whew. That would be fun to read. I would love to see it, the way my words, the way they come out. Trust me, there's some people watching that I met just earlier today, and they will tell you that I don't talk like this normally. Kind of, I don't know, I just get, things just don't come out right. What'd you say, Seth? You're already fired. You're not even supposed to be here. Jim Nelson's at $200 on Eddie Money. That's going once, going twice to Jim Nelson. Eddie Money's at $200. That is at $200, and I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy it now for $225. I'm about to finally go through all the autographs at least once, and I'm going to sell this right now for $225 if anybody wants it. Chris gets it, and I think he was one of the backup bidders, or maybe he may have won the other one. You got a nice deal there, $225. That's so to Chris B. Jack. All right, let's recap that. They're still bidding on Eddie Money, and let me put up a new autograph. Sorry for all of my whatevers earlier. First of all, I need some oxygen. All right, let's do Warren Zevon. This is a pretty desirable autograph, even personalized. Very cool, Warren Zevon. This is $145 start. $145 start. This is Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. This is a $145 start. Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. To Dale, Warren Zevon, Very clean vinyl, original inner sleeve, and this is a $145 start. Very nice signature there. Warren Zevon. Very cool. He sounds very nice. To Dale. Signed in ballpoint pen, $145 start, autographed and JSA authenticated. Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. Hard to find comps on just straight Warren Zevon albums. By the way, Eddie Money's a final call. GC's out, Paul's out. I guess that's a final call now. The Jim Nielsen, Eddie Money signed, $200. Very cool. Rest in peace, Eddie Money. Debut album, autograph, very bold, big, cool signature on that one. Final call for $200. Where's the buddy? Give me 1 second. So final call on that. We're looking for $145 on Warren. Here's what's left in new vinyl tonight. I also will remind some people some pre-orders. First is Kiss Unplugged, $44.99 for Kiss Unplugged. Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. That is music on vinyl, $39.99 for Screaming Trees. Dead Kennedys, Frankenchrist, $28.99 for the Dead Kennedys. Also, Bill Withers, Just As I Am. Bill Withers is $39.99. Danger, Danger, that's music on vinyl, $39.99 for Danger, Danger. Also, Thin Lizzy, Vagabonds of the Western World, new release. It's a 50th anniversary. This album is 50 years old now. 1973, Vagabonds of the Western World, purple vinyl, 2LP, bonus disc with extra tracks, $49.99. Also, Dangerous Toys, limited edition pink vinyl, 1,000 were pressed. That is the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. That is $29.99. And Share, the Christmas album, $29.99. Share, the Christmas album, $29.99. All right, Jim Nielsen gets Eddie Money for $145 or $200. Warren Zevon is an opening bid. Warren Zevon is an opening bid. If anybody wants that for $145. Let me grab Eddie Money's sleeve that just fell behind here. Jim Nielsen, congratulations. Eddie Money sold to you for $200. Looking for an opening bid on that for $145. All right, let me get over here to see what's left in the autograph pile. I know some of y'all are probably waiting on some stuff. The last 4 or 5 here I actually didn't have tagged. And I have a question. Have I decided if I'm going to sell James Taylor? Give me 10 more minutes. Let me see what I've got over here in this other crate first. I've got Eric Burden. I've got another Eric Burden for those that were bidding on those. I've got more Steve Miller. Let me get some of these condensed here. I've got Michael Nesmith from the Monkees. Michael Nesmith from the Monkees. Let's see here. I'm looking for, oh, here we go. Buddy Guy, that's what I was looking for. And I don't even know whose signature. I don't know if some of these I hadn't looked at before. Okay, here's this one. I know we can, let's go ahead and do those. That, and let's do this. Okay, got a few more here. So, all right. If anybody wants Warren Zevon, $145 buy it now. Warren Zevon, $145 buy it now. Orders are pick up on Monday. So if you buy anything Monday through Saturday, they're available for pickup the following Monday. So anything you're buying tonight, tomorrow, the next day, it will be available on Monday. This is $145 buy now. Pickups are available the following Monday because we are like they're keying in records right now as we speak. They get them all ready. And okay, here's how I'm going to do James Taylor. I'm going to put it up for sale right now. I'm going to regret it. It's amazing, but if you want it, it's one of these deals. Here's stuff like this. If you want it, you're going to have to pay for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind just having it framed and putting it here in the store. This is incredible. This is an autographed copy of Sweet Baby James, autographed by James Taylor, JSA authenticated. It's a $375 start. James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. It's got some initials on it, DH. James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. It has DH written on it. His signature is very nice. He did it right there where you could really see it on the back side of his hand. The cover does have some ring wear, as you can tell. Sweet Baby James. Very nice signature, though. It's on the original label. It's a very clean LP. $375 start. That is James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. It got to the point of I was getting begged, so there it is. $375. Sweet Baby James, James Taylor. Now, for also a request, the best of Chicago Blues. This is really cool here. Autographed by Buddy Guy. It's a 2 LP, and it's a great compilation. The best of Chicago Blues, $145 start. And, man, I was looking at some Buddy Guy signatures. Once again, I think that's a deal. $145. It says Buddy Guy 91. JSA authenticated. $145 start on Buddy Guy. And let me actually look at the LPs. I think the album itself is it's crisp. Yes, very nice. Just like I would expect. This is a well taken care of jacket. $145 on that. James Taylor, $375. Seen him in concert with Jackson Browne. It was amazing. When James Taylor when he came out on stage, when Jackson Browne opened and I saw him for the first time, it was like an alien or something. He's so tall. And it was just like, wow, there he is. I've been listening to his music, seeing pictures of him for years, and then all of a sudden just seeing somebody like that in the flesh, it's like, wow, he just kind of appeared on stage. This is in pen. Yes, the DH is in ballpoint pen. DH. Is that Dale's last name? I don't know what Dale's last name is. It may be Dale's initials, but he didn't really ever write on his jackets, really. The actual LP, the vinyl itself is VG+. The actual LP is VG+. DH is also written on the labels on side 1. What else do we have in here? We may have the insert in here too. Let me take a look at that. The insert, yeah, we have the lyric insert. This is the OG pressing. OG pressing. And there's no seam splits. Maybe right here. It's starting to. Right here. The top does have a little bit of chipping. DH on the inner sleeve. Let's see here. That's the original Warner Brothers inner sleeve. Is this on 7 Arts? Warner Brothers. Green label. And let's see here. This actual... It'd be cool if this was signed and we overlooked it. Just yesterday morning, she let me know you were gone. Wow. $375 start. That was an incredible show. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Yeah, I don't think that's Dale's initials. I don't know who DH was. Probably just one he picked up somewhere else. All right, where was I? Share, Dangerous Toys. We have the Colt pressed on blue vinyl. That's $36.99. The Colt Electric, $36.99. I will say I have one other James Taylor autograph, but it's the No Nukes concert. I do have another James Taylor autograph, but it's the No Nukes concert. He signed the front of it, which he played there. It's very cool. And if I can find it tonight, I will put it up for auction. But this one I'm kind of partial to right now. But I have kind of promoted, so it's up for bid. Jimi Hendrix, $33.99. Also, Michael Nath is at $145 on the Buddy Guy. That's a final call. Still got 2 copies left of the new Evanescence Fallen. The new Evanescence Fallen is on Indie Store exclusive pink and black marbled vinyl. $39.99 for Evanescence. Also, Ministry. Ministry is Chicago, Detroit, 1982. Red marble vinyl for Ministry, $28.99. And Now Yearbook 88. Now Yearbook 88, $54.99. Now Yearbook 88, triple LP colored vinyl. We also have Now Yearbook 86 and Now Yearbook 92. Those are all on colored vinyl. Susan Tedeschi, $33.99 live in Austin, Texas. And also Susan Tedeschi, Just Won't Burn on clear vinyl, $33.99. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, $36.99. $36.99. All right. So for sure, Buddy Guy sold to Michael Nath for $145. And I'm going to kind of regret doing this maybe, but if anybody wants James Taylor, $375 buy it now. $375 buy it now if anybody wants an autographed copy of Sweet Baby James. JSA authenticated. It's up for a buy it now. And if you don't get it now, later I may change my mind. Let me put it back in a jacket. I don't know what happened. These jackets keep on falling behind the table. Let's put that right there. All right. Did you get in this moment? I didn't. Now, y'all know how I am with records. Not saying that won't be for sale at another time, possibly for even a lesser price, but you never know about me, right, Tanner? I just wanted to hold on to it maybe just a little bit longer, you know. Al Stewart, Love Chronicles. This is autographed by Al Stewart, and we've had it JSA authenticated. Very nice signature by Al Stewart, Love Chronicles. Flip open cover. I think it's a 2LP. Yeah, it's a 2LP. Al Stewart, Love Chronicles. Is it a 2LP? Or has this got an extra LP in it? Let's see what we have here. Wow, that's an extremely nice LP. I was about to say, this is a very nice copy. It's UK pressing. What is it? I think this is just an extra disc of something. Yeah, that's an extra disc to Time Passages. I don't even go with it. We may need that for something. So Love Chronicles, $45 start. It's autographed by Al Stewart, $45 start. Al Stewart, Love Chronicles, $45 start. Al Stewart, Love Chronicles. Also, we have the Monkees headquarters. This is autographed by Michael Nesmith from the Monkees, one of the original members of the Monkees, Michael Nesmith. We have this. This is also JSA authenticated, and this is I'll do this for a $45 start as well. Newcomb wrote his name on the cover, whoever Newcomb is. Michael Nesmith signed it right there. JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated. $45 start on those. And Bob Reiger says he'll take a Thin Lizzy if there's any left. Bob, I have one left now that you've taken one. Maybe Seth will buy you the James Taylor for Christmas. Seth, are you going to spend $500 on Christmas on me? We have Paul T says L on. What was that? L on. I will pull that if you let me know. Al Stewart is a $45 start. Michael Nesbitt's a $45 start. That is all the new vinyl from the night. We sold out of Ozzy on hand, but we have more on the way. We sold out of Dolly, but we have more on the way, and we got several of the waiting list. Those will be back in the first of the week. Let me go ahead and grab a bin of Buy It Now Best Offer to go through. Let's go through some albums, Buy It Now Best Offer, and I'll start putting up other auctions, okay? So Buy It Now Best Offer. That's all the new vinyl from the night. We had, what did I take a picture of? Like 15 crates? 14 crates? That's all that's left right there. Lots of pre-orders, though, of course, on Dolly. Let me step to the back and find a crate to go through. I'll bring it up here, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Test 1, 2. Is anybody out there? Paul T was the last commenter. He put L on. I was going to make sure that wasn't something I was missing. Let's make these Buy It Nows. If anybody wants Al Stewart, $45 Buy It Now. If anybody wants the Michael Nesmith, $45 Buy It Now. These are Buy It Nows. Al Stewart is JSA authenticated. Very nice. Pretty much a near mint copy of Love Chronicles, autographed by Al Stewart. JSA authenticated, and it's a near mint jacket. It's perfect. That's a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. And Mark Fallon gets that. And the Michael Nesbitt. Michael Nesbitt is a $45 buy it now as well. Autographed. Does have some writing on the cover. That is JSA authenticated. Okay, now over here, I think I had another crate of autographs. Let's see, I just read off all those. Was there another stray crate over here? Nope, that's the Beatles crate. Let me figure out where I've done with some other autographs. Give me 1 second. Maybe they're underneath here. Yeah, here they are. All right, well, guess what? I'm going to put up another one. If you've missed out on one already tonight, I've got a third Buddy Guy. I've got a third Buddy Guy. This is Atlantic Blues Chicago, autographed by Buddy Guy, JSA authenticated, 2LP, $145 start. Buddy Guy, Atlantic Blues compilation, Chicago, $145 start, JSA authenticated. These are all at great values at $145. If one doesn't sell tonight, I would love to run one on eBay and see what it brings, but I would rather sell it to y'all. There's another Buddy Guy, $145 on that. That was what was next in the crate. And for those that's been asking, I finally have found this that I've been looking for. This is autographed by Greg Allman. This is the Almond Joys, early almonds featuring Dwayne and Greg Allman, JSA authenticated, very nice signature. Greg Allman, very bold, and in the front of this one, the vinyl's near mint, featuring the Almond Joys, early Allman Brothers, featuring Dwayne and Greg Allman, JSA authenticated, $275 start. $275 start. We sold the Dickie Betts and the Greg Allman earlier. This is the Almond Joys compilation, autographed by Greg Allman, and I promise you, that is the cheapest Greg Allman signature you can get right now on an LP. I looked and looked and looked. And this one's nice, and it's on a really cool album, and it's a nice signature. $275. Don't think long on that one. Michael Nass at $145 on Buddy Guy. Let's go through a crate. Everything in here is buy it now best offer, and I highly encourage making offers so we can get some of these sold. We're having an in-store sale tomorrow anyway in the store. I told everybody's like, will you please do that sale online? And I'm like, we do sales every night here. We discount stuff every night. Sometimes we do 50% off sales. We have a sale every night here. You can even determine the price. So these are buy it now best offer. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life, $19.99. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life, original inner sleeve, $19.99. $19.99. Wanted, The Outlaws, $24.99 for Wanted, The Outlaws, $24.99. The Outlaws, Wanted, $24.99. Also, Styx, Paradise Theater. Styx is $19.99 for Paradise Theater. Paradise Theater. Super clean vinyl, etched cover, Styx, Paradise Theater, $19.99. That's 3 nice copies of records all right there in a row. These are all buy it now best offer. We got some new bids on Buddy Guy, $145, $150, and $150. Kara offered $15 for Steve Winwood, sold to Kara Bauer. Buddy Guy's back in at $160 with Michael Nath. UK, Danger Money. UK is $19.99. It does have a clip corner, original inner sleeve. UK, Danger Money, red Polydor label, $19.99. Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior, Chick Corea. Very nice, $19.99 for Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior. Mike and the Mechanics. Wow, another very nice record. Mike Rutherford from Genesis has the hit song Silent Running on it. $19.99 for Mike and the Mechanics. Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street. Gatefold, super clean copy. $24.99 for Paul McCartney. Also has the original inner sleeve. And Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind. Willie Nelson, $14.99. Always on My Mind. Willie Nelson. All right, Jeff and Shane, you're out on the Buddy Guy. This is the Atlantic Blues compilation, Blues from Chicago. It has music by T-Bone Walker, Buddy Guy, Freddie King, Otis Rush, Howlin' Wolf, Coco Taylor, Muddy Waters, and it is autographed by Buddy Guy, JSA authenticated, solid signature, nice cover, near mint minus vinyl. That's at $160 of Michael Nath. Final call to get a bid in on the Greg Allman. $275. I've just noticed something. That's how well it was hitting. Greg, I just saw your comment, but DH is also written on this cover as well. I just noticed that. It was well hidden. I just noticed that. Greg, if you want to retract your bid, I completely understand, but I think that's kind of, it was camouflage for me. I'm just now really seeing it. I would have definitely said something about it already. Other than that, it's a nice cover. But Greg Allman, $275. Nice signature there. Greg had a very cool signature with his G there and the way he would do his lettering. Very cool, $275. Greg, if you're still in, let me know. Sorry I didn't mention that earlier. I would have definitely caught it before we sold it, though. That's at $275. Scott offered $15 for sticks, and he offered $15 for Mike and the Mechanics. We got to sell both of those to him. $15, Scott and Scott. Troy, you were second on Mike and the Mechanics at $13. Willie Nelson, $10 to Kara Bauer. Let's go ahead and move that on to Kara for $15, and Shane's backing on Buddy Guy at $165. We have Beatles for sale, a 1972 German copy. I think I remember listening to this one. If not, I think I've listened to a copy before. And this is $34.99. That's a 72. That's a 72 German press and $34.99. The D8, yeah, it possibly could be rubbed off. It's in ballpoint pen, though. I mean, it looks like it's starting to rub off up here at the top. I don't want to smudge it or anything, but it's pretty faint. I mean, that's why I didn't notice it originally. I mean, if that's framed, let me get it right here where you can see it. If that's framed, it's kind of, or actually, if you get a good enough mat, if you want to cover up some of the cover and you get that in a good enough mat, you might can, just like that one album, the Clarence Clemens, we had stained. I was like, if you frame that, Michael Nath is thinking the same way I am. Yeah, you might can mat that out. So Greg's in at $275, going once, going twice. Greg Allman. Let's see here. We have Buddy Guy, $165, Buddy Guy, $170. Greg is in at $275, and and has DH. I'm good either way. I will check on that. Do you have all the autographs and sold tonight in one place, Tanner? Or have they been? Okay. Okay. The Beatles, $34.99. King Crimson, Lizard. 1970 Phillips Press. 1970 Phillips Press of King Crimson, $39.99 for Lizard. Super clean vinyl, $39.99. King Crimson Lizard. Also, the Beatles, 62 to 66 on red vinyl, $59.99. $59.99. This is the Beatles, 52 to 66 on red vinyl, 2 LP with the original inner sleeves on red vinyl, $59.99. So Michael Nath is the high bidder on Buddy Guy for $170. Going once, going twice. Jeff and Shane, let me know if you want in. And let's do a final call on the Greg Allman, $275 to Greg Rogers. Great value compared to current market right now. Final call on that. Also, Billy Joe Turnstiles, $14.99 on Billy Joe Turnstiles. $14.99 for Billy Joe. And Bruce Springsteen, The River. 2 LP, Bruce Springsteen. This has the insert with it and both original inner sleeves. This is complete. Insert and both original inner sleeves, $29.99. $29.99, Bruce Springsteen. Also, Miles Davis, The Man with the Horn. This is a great crate. $29.99 for Miles Davis, original inner sleeve, near mint minus, $29.99. And we have the Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, $34.99 for the Beatles, Rock and Roll Music. Greg, good deal. You get the Greg Allman for $275. Sold to Greg Rogers, $275. And then the Blues, Blues is, I was gonna sell it, but I was making sure everybody was done. Michael Nath has it for $170. I was waiting for Shane and Jeff. That's about to be sold though. Time is expiring. Let's see. Clay Moore said BFS 26. BFS Bruce. BFS 26. Beatles for sale, $26. This one right here. Let's sell this, Clay. I'm going to bump you $2, $34.99. If you want to do $28, I will very much love to sell it to you. $28 on that. And Heather Feather, I will go ahead and sell you the Billy Joel. I'll go ahead and sell you the Billy Joel for $10 to Heather Feather. Jeff Master, did you tag the Nesbeth? I must have missed that. Mark Fowling got the Al Stewart. Jeff McMaster, you were second. Unless Mark was passing. I'm just now seeing that. Mark said McMaster got it. Mark Fallon, you got the Al Stewart for $45. And then Jeff Master, you put AS. What was that for? Was that for the Michael Nesbitt? Because other than that, I don't think I see it on here. But if so, then this is sold. This is still available, and it's sold to. This is sold to Jeff Master for $45. Yeah. Mark, I had you down for Al for Al Stewart. Is that right? You wanted the Al Stewart, right, for $45? And then Jeff was second at AS. Making sure on that. And then, Mark, I've got you down for $45 on this. Yeah, let me see if you see DH written on it either way on the. If so, it's camouflaged on that Almond Brothers. I don't think it is, though. I've looked at that one over. Yeah. Yes, okay. This is sold to Mark Fallon for $45, and then Jeff got Michael Nesbitt for $45. Okay. This is sold to Clay Moore for $28. There's no DH on the Almond Brothers. If it is, it's invisible. Yeah.
I don't see it.
Yeah. No, there's nothing else written on this. No. Yeah, if it is, it's it is well hidden. Okay. Now, so what we had there was, let me go way back up top. We Clay offered 26 for Beatles for sale. We sold Heather Feather Billy Joe for 10. Then Jeff asked about Michael Nesbitt. That was the confusion, but we got that figured out. Bill Sammis wants the Beatles red. That's sold to Bill Sammis. Then Jeff McMaster is out on Buddy Guy. Shane Devers bid $175 and Michael Nafsal. So those were the only two bidders. They're both out. Final call to Shane Devers for $175. Scott Vanek wants a Kicks Blow My Fuse. I've got a couple left if anybody else wants one. That's sold to Scott. Then Clay said sold on this for $28. That was my counter offer. $28 on that. And then we have correct, and we've got it all figured out. So let me grab our next two auctions. Let me painfully squat down here and see what's in this other crate. Yeah, my legs are still pretty shot from a workout 3 days ago. I think I have really stressed. I've really put some pressure on them. Okay, now let's see here. Let's do this, and let me see if I can convince somebody they need this. And there's that. We got some other cool stuff here, man. We got some. I'm about to bring out some cool autographs, so I hope you're still watching and ready to bid, because I just grabbed several really cool autographs. I'm talking about kind of some, really cool stuff. So I'll give you some quick previews, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do first. Plus, I got some stuff over here that was actually in the hot picture that we hadn't sold yet. So first, I got Leslie West. I got Al Stewart. I got a Ginger Baker. I got a Stu Cook. There's the James Taylor. I got another Steve Miller Band. I got another Eric Burden. And I got another Eric Burden. So let's do some of these. Let's sell Buddy Guy first, though, to Shane Devers for $175. DAC's gone. I know I have another one, but I just don't have it ready for tonight. It's still somewhere in the crate. This is a small portion of the autographs we have. Let's do another Eric Burden. Let's do, these are both classics. Let's do this one. I like this one. Let's do this one, and let's try another Steve Miller Band. So, Tanner, I may flip. Is that where all the autographs are? Let me check the prices on these last sold from tonight. These are all here. Let's see. Jackson Brown. Let me figure out what some of those last ones brought. Okay, there's Eric Burden. And where's that Steve Miller Band? Steve Miller, okay. That was the Joker. That one was really cool. That's a different kind of animal there with that one. We have not sold the B-52s either. Let me do that one actually first. I'll do one of those, but let me do B-52s because it was actually in the picture. So This one has a little bit of damage on it. I'm going to start it pretty low and just see where y'all want to take it from. But this is signed by the B-52s, the original lineup. But I want to make some notes on the condition. As you see, there's some problems. I don't know what happened. This didn't come from Dale. We actually got this in a collection. It was in a crate in the back. We don't remember where or when, but it just turned up in the back. So we bought it somewhere in a collection. Paul had it. Paul's got one price. I'm going to start it even lower than that. I'm going to start it for just $95. The B-52s. All 4 signatures. They're all JSA authenticated. All 4 signatures, $95 start. But as you see, there's like some residue there on the cover, kind of right there, and right here. So $95 start, all 4 signatures. They sign just their front name, their first name. It is JSA, all 4 signatures, $95 start. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's up for bid. We had it originally tagged for $125 start. Let's do another Eric Burden. This is an album that actually don't turn up as often. The Black Man's Burden, Eric Burden and War, autographed by Eric Burden. Disc 1 looks clean, EX Plus, and Disc 2 looks pretty clean, probably more like an EX. The jacket is probably a VG, or VG minus, and of course it does have some nudity in the gatefold. Does have some nudity in the gatefold. We're going to start this one. I just looked at what the last one brought, I think. Let me make sure I did that right. I've got a price in mind for this one. Let me find that other one. Okay, last one. We'll do this one for $75 start. $75 start, autographed by Eric Burden. $75 start. Black Man's Burden. So overall, let's call the vinyl to be super conservative, a VG Plus. DMR is written right here. $75 start. Black Man's Burden, Eric Burden. So probably a VG minus cover, VG plus vinyl, $75 start on that. We'll do Steve Miller on deck. All right, let's keep going through this bin of buy now best offer. Sorry, a couple of these take a while to introduce and get rolling. Jeff McMaster's at 100 on the B-52s. Paul McCartney and Wings, London Town, $24.99. This has the original inner sleeve and the poster. Original inner sleeve and poster. Paul McCartney, London Town, $24.99. Also, Johnny Cash sings the Ballad of the True West. Johnny Cash is $26.99. Johnny Cash sings the Ballads of the True West. Columbia 2i. That is a 2i Columbia. Very clean mono. Johnny Cash. 48.49 is written on the jacket, whatever that means. $26.99. Cynthia's at 115 on the B-52s. We're looking for a $75 start on Eric Burden. $75 start. Maha Vishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. Birds of Fire is $19.99. Maha Vishnu Orchestra, $19.99. Also, Yes, Fragile. Wow, that's a nice cover. Very bold. $19.99 for Yes, Fragile. That's a 1977 pressing. Yes is $19.99. And ZZ Top, Eliminator. By the way, these are all buy it now best offer. I hope you're awake. This is a very super clean Bob Ludwig mastering on ZZ Top Eliminator, $34.99. Cynthia is at 115 on B-52s. Jeff is at 125. Final call to get a bid in on Eric Burden. We're looking for a $75 start on that before I make it a buy it now. Rainbow, straight between the eyes. Rainbow, $29.99. Rainbow, straight between the eyes, $29.99. I don't like this sleeve it's in, so I'm going to put it back in here the way it was. $29.99 for Rainbow, straight between the eyes. These are all buy it now best offer. Daniel's made a $30 offer on ZZ Top, and we're going to sell it to him. That's so to Daniel for $30. Thank you, Daniel. Rainbow and Genesis, Romeo and Juliet, $99.99, red vinyl. Somebody made an offer that night on this, and I don't remember who it was, but this is Genesis, Romeo and Juliet, red vinyl, unofficial, $99.99. Red vinyl, unofficial. The B-52s is at $150. Can I see Eric Burden? You can. I was just about to make it a buy it now, but I will show it to you. This is Eric Burdon. It's autographed by Eric Burdon, the Black Man's Burden, Eric Burdon and War. The cover is probably about a VG or VG minus. The front looks very well. There is some writing up here, DMR. Gatefold, uncensored with nudity. I don't think it ever was censored though. And the signature, of course, he signed big and bold. $75 start, Eric Burdon. The last one we had tonight sold for $125. The other Eric Burdon is sold for $125. That one's a $75 start. B52s, $150, now $160. We have a $20 offer on wings. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chris for $20. And yes, it's just $19.99. I'll be the roundabout. Just $19.99. Classic album. Super clean vinyl. The Best of Genesis. That's a 2 LP set. $34.99 for the Best of Genesis. $34.99. $34.99. Best of Genesis. And Genesis Live. $24.99. 3 Genesis albums in a row. Genesis Live. $24.99. B52s is at $175. Emerson, Lake, and Powell. Emerson, Lake, and Powell. Cozy Powell on drums and not Carl Palmer. $19.99 for Emerson, Lake, and Powell. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, Love Beach, $14.99. And Emerson, Lake, and Palmer Works, $19.99. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer Works, $19.99. Jason, my best price on Yes would probably be $17, just because it's very nice. It is a 77 pressing, but that is a very clean record. Nice cover too. I'll do $17 on that though if you want it. All right, if anybody wants Eric Burdon, it's a $75 buy it now for Eric Burdon's The Black Man's Burden. Eric Burdon War, autographed by Eric Burdon, JSA authenticated. That's a $75 buy it now if anybody wants it. $75 buy it now. I'm going to lay it right there very carefully. I need to get a new jacket for it. Where's all of our new sleeves at, Tanner? Is that a new sleeve? I'll take a new sleeve right now for Eric Burdon. Eric Burdon is a $75 buy it now. I think I got it. I got it. Oh.
I had to take it all out anyway.
Okay. All right. B52s is at $185, and I'll take it for $70. Yes. So this is a 70s pressing. Yes. This was pressed in 1977 approximately. Sell that to Jason for $17. I have not sold the Levon helm yet because I had trouble deciding what I was going to start it for. I will put it up. It's kind of like James Taylor. I'm not as sentimental to it, but it was hard for me to really figure out what I should start this thing for. I still have it. I may be like, if somebody wants to throw something out there, but I'm really kind of undetermined on what to start this thing for, honestly. So I'm still thinking. It's still available. It's not sold, but I'm still thinking. Okay, and Eric Burdon's a $75 buy it now. No one has bid on it. It's a buy it now. Let's try another Steve Miller. This is Steve Miller Band. Very unique signed album, I will say. Of course, we had the Joker earlier. That's just iconic. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. That's just iconic. We sold that one earlier, $250. This is a very deep cut here from Steve Miller, early Steve Miller. This is the original motion picture score. This is the original motion picture score to Revolution. Very clean LP. Quicksilver Messenger Service. Steve Miller Band and Mother Earth. So this was an early soundtrack that Steve Miller Band did, I think around 67, 68. Let me see if there's on the label. But same signature, very bold, silver paint pen, Steve Miller. Very weird. Right here it says for promotion only. For promotion only. Somebody blacked that out with a Sharpie. He may have not wanted to sign it unless that was blacked out. I doubt Dale did that, but somebody blacked out for promotion only, which kind of stinks, but it's there. Steve Miller Band. I think the last one, we started the Joker, I think at 155 or 175. I'm going to start this one at 145. Very cool. Very cool artwork on it. Kind of a unique sign. It's definitely no comps of that. Look, and if you could cover that up with a certification like that. But yeah, that's Steve Miller Band. 145 start on that. 145. That's pretty unique. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of signed copies of that for sure. For sure, that's a low population signed album, I would guess. 145 on that. B-52s is at 205. Levon Helm, I think we're a little low at 50 and 65. It would be more than that to get it started, for sure. But I'll think about it. We can't run it either way right now. We got two other auctions going. The vinyl condition on B-52. Cynthia has this for 205 right now. The vinyl is EX. I'm going to call it EX. It has some weird spots on the vinyl. I don't think we've cleaned this one yet. It has some spots on the vinyl. It was a cutout, it looks like. Somebody put a Sharpie mark over the barcode. And then, of course, it's got the damage there to the cover. JSA authenticated. So I'm going to call the vinyl because of those spots. Let's bump that down to a VG plus on those. So Steve Miller Band is final call to get a bid in at 145. Whatever sells first, I'll go ahead and put up Levon Helm, and I'll tell you what I'm thinking for a starting bid. Let me show a few more records, though. Emerson, Lake & Palmer. This is VG condition, $9.99. Emerson, Lake & Palmer Trilogy, VG, $9.99. Gary Newman Dance. No condition notes. Gary Newman, $24.99. Gary Newman Dance, $24.99. For Gary Newman Dance, that's $24.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, $64.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble. Super clean vinyl, $64.99. Okay, Brent's out on the B-52s. Cynthia has that for $205. Going twice, going three times, going twice, going three times. I'm going to go ahead and make Steve Miller a $145 buy it now. Steve Miller Band is a $145 buy it now. If anybody wants that, it is available. I'm going to lay it right here. No one bought that yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What is that inside of it? Was that something that was inside of it?
Yeah.
Wow. That was inside of that Eric Burden. I've never seen that before. Official War Bond, $1. This bond comes to you directly from Far Out Productions. This album bears no responsibility, Harry, and offer valid. That was inside of the Eric Burden record. I've never seen that before. The one that didn't sell. Very cool. I didn't know. I never seen that insert before. Okay. Steve Miller is sold to Jeff McMaster for $145. That was a nice pickup. And the B-52s is sold to Cynthia for $205. Levon Helm, JSA signed LP. Why does this have two discs in it? Let's see what's going on with this. It's not supposed to be a 2 LP. That's the correct disc. And that's the correct disc. This isn't a 2 LP, is it? It's not a 2 LP. No. It's got the. Let's see. They're both extremely nice LPs too. Well, you get a bonus LP with this one. I'll start this for $95. And I think that's like, kind of makes me nervous. Levon Helm, $95 start. The Band, their self-titled album. They was originally going to be called The Crackers. No joke. When they actually printed Music from Big Pink, they just called it The Band. And they never did put the name of the band on there. And then from their point on, they was known as The Band. Brent's in at 100. I figured. Let's see here. Let's try another Stu Cook. We've sold every one we've put up. Here's another one. Their debut album, Creedence Clearwater Revival, autographed by Stu Cook of Creedence Clearwater Revival, original member. This is a $45 start, JSA authenticated. The vinyl is near mint minus, super clean copy. It is an 80s reissue. It is an 80s reissue. It has a barcode. Nice signature, though, there from Stu Cook, JSA authenticated. Once again, $45 start. Those have been great deals, these signed CCR albums by Stu Cook. $45 start on that. There's two new auctions. Let's keep going through this bin. Keep in mind, everything in here is buy it now, best offer. The Beatles' second album, $24.99. That's a Purple Capital label. The Beatles' second album, $24.99. Also, Evening Star, Fripp and Eno. Fripp and Eno, $39.99 for Fripp and Eno. $39.99 for Fripp and Eno. And the Beatles 6. This is an Apple pressing, $29.99. The Beatles 6, $29.99. That's an Apple pressing for the Beatles 6. Also, the Beatles Help. Wow, there's some great deals on Beatles albums in here. They're Purple Capital pressings. But that's a nice, clean copy of Help for $24.99. And Steve Hackett, Highly Strung. Steve Hackett is $19.99. Brent Ribley bid $100 on Leon Helm. Jimmy Walker bid $105. Brent Ribley, you're outbid. Going once, going twice to Jimmy Walker. Final call to get a bid on Steve Cook. And Tanner, where's that Eric Burden record? We're going to sell it to Mark Fallon for $65. Mark Fallon, I'll sell that to you for $65. So do you, $65. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, $19.99 for Works. Also, Yes Tormato, $19.99 for Yes Tormato. And Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere, a Nautilus Super Disc, $39.99. Rita Coolidge, $39.99. The Early Beatles, that's on Apple, $29.99. The Early Beatles, $29.99. Also, The Outlaws, that's a Nautilus Super Disc, $74.99. The Outlaws self-titled, $74.99. $74.99. Jimmy Walker, you've been outbid on Levon Helm. And the Beatles, Something New, $24.99. The Beatles, Something New, $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell Creedence for a $45 buy it now, autographed by Stu Cook. CCR, self-titled first album, JSA authenticated signature. If anybody wants that for a $45 buy it now, you can buy it now, right now, for $45. Let's try Leslie West. Here's one I don't think I've ever seen before by Leslie West, and that's Alligator. Leslie West Alligator, $45 start, autographed by frontman Leslie West. That was in Mountain. This is a promotion, gold stamp promo. Gold stamp promo. It has the original inner sleeve. Very interesting inner sleeve. The vinyl is near mint and pristine on the IRS label. Leslie West Alligator, $19.89. I've never seen that before. $45 start, autographed by Leslie West. $45 start on that. JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated. I'll put it in a brand new sleeve. That's the sleeve Dale's had it in probably for 30 years. Stu Cook still available for a $45 buy it now. Jimmy Walker's at $130 on Levon Helm. Jimmy's at $130. Brent's at $45 on Leslie West. No offers on any of these. We'll keep going. Yes shows. That's a 2LP live yes. $29.99 for yes, live yes. $29.99. Weather Report, Mysterious Traveler, $19.99 for Weather Report, Mysterious Traveler, $19.99. And The Who by Numbers, that is $19.99. Let's sell Daniel Bouziden to Stevie Ray Vaughan for $55 to Daniel Bouziden. Levon Helms at $135. Leslie West is at $45, $46, $50. Best price on Genesis Live from early in the crate. If you're talking about this one right here, I'll do $20 on it. $20. It's very nice. It's near mint, famous Charisma label. Also, Van Halen, Women and Children First, with the David Lee Roth poster, $54.99. Van Halen, Women and Children First, near mint on the vinyl, super clean. Does have a little bit of sticker residue there, VG Plus cover. With the poster, $54.99. Van Halen. Also, Van Halen Fair Warning, $44.99. Original inner sleeve, Fair Warning, $44.99. Chris B. Jack said he'll take Genesis for $20. That's sold to Chris. Also, Yes, Time and a Word. Wow, that one don't come as often. $29.99 for Yes, Time and a Word. $29.99. We also have Emerson, Lake and Palmer Tarkus, $17.99. Jimmy Walker, you are outbid on The Band, autographed by Levon Helm. That high bid is at $135 with Brent Robley. If you decide you're done bidding, just let me know, or you can bid again. We got multiple bidders on the autographed Leslie West album, Alligator, and that is at $160 with Jeff McMaster. Jimmy Walker's at $140 on the Levon Helm. Best price for help. I'll do $5 off, and I will make that a very nice, even $20. It's a purple capital pressing. Still going to sound very fine. It's all those classic songs from Help. I was reading those off the other night. Very, very good stuff on there. Levon Helm's at $150. Brian C. on The Who, and The Who is $15 to sell that to Brian C. Like I told y'all, some of these Levon Helms that I was looking at, for some reason, that signed drum head, of course, that would make sense. He was a drummer. He sang and played drums. I always thought that's impressive watching him do that. He'll be drumming and singing. I was like, man, I've sat behind a set of drums before. It's hard to even keep a beat, much less keep a beat and sing. But that signed drum head sold for like $1,000 and something recently on eBay. That's probably an outlier, but just tells you you run the right autograph. It's a place like eBay where a lot of people can see it. You never know about some of these. So we have Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, $49.99. That's in shrink wrap, and that's a knotless half-speed master in shrink wrap, The Captain and Me. There's a couple of audiophile records in here as well. There's another knotless super disc, minute by minute, $54.99. The Beach Boys 20 Golden Greats, that's a UK pressing for $19.99. And Genesis Abacab. Genesis Abacab, $19.99. Genesis Abacab, $19.99. Very cool. Put that back in here. If I can get it the way I want it to. Well, I don't know why that's hung up. Let's see what's going on here. I see a couple new comments. I'll get to those in just a second. I don't know what's wrong with this inner sleeve. It's like something is invisible inside of it. Let's see here. Let's try it like this. There we go. I take it out of the entire packaging. Genesis Abacab, $19.99. These are all bought now, best offer. Okay, so Heather Feather asked, best price for help. I said $20. Jimmy Walker bid $140 on Levon Helm. Brent bid $150. Jimmy said he was out. The Who is $15 to Brian C. We tagged that. Kara, help is still available for $20. Don Harrison offered $21 for Rainbow. I think that was right back here, straight between the eyes. Is that correct? Don Harrison, Rainbow, Rainbow, Rainbow. If I can find that, it's yours for $21. That's sold to Don Harrison for $21. We're going to sell Craig Ruth Abacab for $15. And the third Van Halen of the crate is Diver Down, $44.99. Diver Down. Genesis, Kara, you were second to Genesis. But if Heather Feather is passing on help, then it's sold to you for $20. We'll see who ends up with that. Let's also get an update on Leslie West. It's got awfully quiet. No one has set out. Jeff McMaster was at 60. Brent was at 55. Fred Carnell was also bidding. So if any of those other people would let me know if you're done. Jeff has that for 160, going once, going twice. The band is at 150 with Brent Robley. That's a final call. And Dominic wants Women and Children for $45. Let's sell that one right there to Dominic for $45. Brent's back in on Leslie West at 65. So that's between Brent and Jeff because Fred's out unless someone news bid. I'm going to be grabbing the next crate. Actually, let's do a recap of this bin. And I'm going to be going a final call on Levon Helm. Calvin was also bidding on Leslie West. So, yeah, that's sold to Mark Fallon there, the Eric Burton. Just make sure I told you that, and I did. I'm also going here to turn off the air conditioner. It's very cold in here. It's probably loud over here when I walk by the ventilation. Boy, we had a lot of Funkos tonight we didn't get out. I've got some cool Funkos in, but we'll show those tomorrow night. Big show tomorrow night. I plan on having more bootlegs, more autographs. We got some cool stuff tomorrow night as well. So for those that are still watching tonight, the show's not over tonight, but we do have more autographs. So we've got Leslie West 75, Leslie West 85, Leslie West 90. And we are Gonna sell the band. Thank you. Congratulations, Brent, on that one. Nice. Levon Helm. That is sold for $150 to Brent. Consider that a great deal on that one. Lou Reed, New Sensations for $20. Now, where was that? Was that from a crate earlier, WVU Mounties? Let me go ahead and get a new autograph started. So earlier, we sold a Ginger Baker autographed copy of Cream. Here's another one. This is Cream of the Crop, or Cream off the top. Now, this signature is very bold. You can see it very well on this one off the top. It's an official release, of course, by Cream. Ginger Baker, one of the 3 original members of Cream. Drummer, red Polydor label, autographed by Ginger Baker. $115 start. $115 start. Cream off the top. That's a Cream compilation. JSA authenticated. $115 start on Ginger Baker. Now, the last one didn't get a bid. A buy it now on it. 3 people wanted it. So that tells me there's at least 3 other people might want that one. $115 start on Ginger Baker. Leslie West, lots of bids all of a sudden. 75, 85, 90, 95, and 97, I believe, with Calvin Ward. Yep. So let me find that Lou Reed for WVU Mounties right quick. It's right over here. And it's on the bottom of this putback bin. Let me find that, because if I don't now, WVU, we might not ever find it. These things, after the sales, they get extremely and quickly misplaced. Not misplaced, they're just buried within other LPs. For sure. Let me find that right quick. And we're going to go back through this bin. I'm going to go through this bin very quickly. There's New Sensations. We're going to sell that for $20. Near mint copy and shrink wrap. Lou Reed. Very clean. That's sold to WV Mounties for $20. Leslie West, 97. Leslie West, 105. And Calvin is at 115 on Ginger Baker. So we do have a bid on Ginger Baker, and we're still getting bids on Leslie West. Here's what's left in this bin. They're all buy it now, best offer. I'm about to do a buy it now on an autograph, okay? So first person to claim it gets it. It's a buy it now on autograph. We've already sold one tonight. I'm going to sell another one. If anybody wants it, it is a... Let me go see what we sold the other one for. Hold on a second. I was about to say a price, but it's either plus or minus $10, whatever I was about to say. Let me see if I can find this one. Hold on a second. There it is. This one right here, Tanner. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so this is a first come, first serve. If anybody wants it, it's $45, and it's Al Stewart. Al Stewart, the first album, Bed Sitter Images. Now, this is one we don't see as often. Al Stewart, the first album, Bed Sitter Images. Al Stewart, $45 buy it now. UK copy, just like the other one. Autographed by Al Stewart. That's one I don't see as often. UK copy, $45 buy it now. Sold to Jeff McMaster. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. Al Stewart. Debbie Blair was second. I do have another one of his. I do have another one of his. We might run another one for auction, but that one was just laying right over here. And I just made it a buy it now right quick. So now I'm going to go ahead, since the last one didn't sell, I'm going to show 3 more. If you want any of them, let me know. I've got 2 more albums signed by Stu Cook. If you want them, just comment the name of the album. I've got 3 Stu Cook autographed. No reason to run these on auction. The last one didn't sell, and we've already sold like 4 of them. These are $45 buy it nows, and this is getting around that price where not a bad price for some of these LPs just by themselves, much less signed. This is a $45. This is a $45 buy it now. Stu Cook. Any 3 albums you want for $45. The first one is Creedence Live in Europe, 2 LP. That's a UK. I was trying to check the labels because it's definitely a UK copy, I think. This is Creedence. Let me see. I don't like this bag that it's in. It's a Portugal pressing. Wow. I knew it was foreign. $45 buy it now. So there's the first Stu Cook. I do not like this inner sleeve, but it's well protected. Let's see. We have this right here. So this is a $45 buy it now. There's the first Stu Cook, Creedence Clearwater Revival in Europe. Also, we have Cosmos Factory. Cosmos Factory, that's signed by Stu Cook. That is a, what kind of pressing is this? Another interesting pressing. I tell you, Dale, he just didn't have regular U.S. pressings. If he had something, it was something unique. This looks like Portugal too. I don't know where that's from. There's Cosmos Factory. I'm trying to get a verification. Spain? Madrid. Yeah, this is a Spanish pressing. Very unique. Spanish pressing. That is sold to Jeff McMaster for $45. And, of course, here's the one from earlier that didn't sell. So 2 autographed CCR albums by Stu Cook, live in Europe and self-titled. Those are still available if anybody wants them, live and self-titled. Okay, now back up to the top. We were bidding on Leslie West, 105 to Brent Ribley, 110 to Calvin Ward, Ginger Baker 125, Ginger Baker 135. Brent's out on Ginger Baker, so Calvin Ward has that for 135. Leslie West 112 and Leslie West 115. Brent Ribley is going to take the self-titled CCR autographed by Stu Cook. That's sold to Brent Ribley for $45. So there's one left so far, and that is a $45 buy now. They're still bidding on Leslie West. And just so you, in case you missed it, this is autographed by Ginger Baker, one of the original members of Cream. And, of course, we're going to have Eric Clapton autographs next month. Those are obviously much, much more valuable. They require a letter of authenticities. We're waiting for those to come back in the mail so we can sell them, so we can ship the letter. Those are going to be. But we don't have anything signed by Jack Bruce. We don't have anything signed by Jack Bruce. Seth, you leaving? Wow. Okay, Seth's gone. Well, he was fired anyway, so. Okay, let me get another autograph on deck because we're about to sell. That. This is another Michael Nesmith autograph, but it's very unique. It's also signed by Doug Dillard, from one of the original members of the Dillards. I've got this on deck. They played on this album, and I'll tell more about that in just a second. But final countdown on Ginger Baker. I'm going to show a few albums. That's at 135 with Calvin Ward, and I'm going to show a few more albums. Great stuff still left in here for Buy It Now Best Offer, and they're still bidding on the Leslie West. First thing we have is the Outlaws. That's Waylon, Willie, Jesse, and Tom Paul Glasser, $24.99. We have UK Danger Money. UK Danger Money. It does have a clip corner. Polydor, $19.99. Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior, $19.99. Return to Forever. Red Columbia label, super clean vinyl, $19.99 on the Chick Corea. Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street. Paul McCartney is $24.99. Also, King Crimson, this is Lizard, $39.99. That's a 1970 Phillips pressing. 1970 Phillips pressing of Lizard. And one more before I end the Ginger Baker. Bruce Springsteen, The River, 2LP, that has both original inner sleeves and the insert, $29.99. Let's sell Cream, 2, Calvin Ward for $135, autographed by the original drummer, Ginger Baker. They're still bidding on Leslie West. Let's put up this Michael Nesmith. This Michael Nesmith is an autographed copy of Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones, which is one of the original Monkey studio albums. Let's take a look at it. It looks like it's a stereo copy from Colgham's. Crisp inner sleeve. This is a good Stein. Actually, clean vinyl. Very surprising for a Monkees album. Very surprising for a Monkees album. That's a solid EX or EX+. The jacket's not bad. There is some chipping on the spine. Small little crease or a split right there. Bottom's okay. The bottom half of the spine's okay till when you get right there. That's autographed by Michael Nesmith, one of the 4 original members of the Monkees, and then Doug Dillard, and that is one of the original members of the Dillards, and Doug Dillard signed it because he played on the album. He played banjo, Douglas Dillard. Drums, Mickey Dolenz, and other people. As y'all know, if you know a quick history on the Monkees, when they first kind of got together and pretty much on their albums, they were kind of discouraged from playing. They were kind of originally hired to be kind of the face of the music, to sing, and they really didn't play instruments. But as they grew, they learned how to play instruments, and they wanted to play on their albums. But most of the time, it was a lot of studio musicians playing on their drums or on their instruments and stuff. So that is going to be the same starting bid as the last one, $55 start, signed by Doug Dillard and Michael Nesmith. I know a Doug Dillard. He's from Gornsville. That's the Dillards. $55 start on Michael Nesmith. That's from where I'm from in Gornsville. That's a very common name, the Dillards. And also signed by Michael Nesmith. Very cool there. They're still bidding on Leslie West. Let's go through some more LPs. Miles Davis, The Man with the Horn, $29.99. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, that is $34.99 for the Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, 2 LP. There's a little bit of a crease or an indent right there on the cover, but that's a great Beatles comp of music. Great music on there, $34.99. It's kind of their more rock and roll music. Johnny Cash, Ballads of the True West, that's on the original Columbia 2i label, $26.99. $26.99. The Dillards were the Darlings on Andy Griffin. That's right. The Dillards, that's the same Dillards that played the Darlings on Andy Griffin. Absolutely. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire, $19.99. We have Genesis, Romeo and Juliet. Genesis is on red vinyl. This was pressed in Italy. I can't remember who made an offer on this that night, but that first night I showed this, somebody made an offer for like $90. I wish I would have took it then. I would definitely sell it now for $90. This is an unofficial red vinyl, Genesis, Romeo and Juliet, $90 or $99.99, but I'll take $90 if anybody wants it. The Best of Genesis, now that's early prog rock Genesis, 2 LP with Peter Gabriel, $34.99. Where are we on Leslie West? Brent, you're outbid. Calvin Ward has it for $138. Calvin has it for $138. You're out, but we have a bidding war on Michael Nesmith and Doug Dillard going on. We're at 55, 55, 60, 65, and 68. Emerson, Lake, and Powell, $19.99 for Emerson, Lake, and Powell. And Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, Love Beach, $14.99. Do 35 on the live stew cook. That is, I have sold so many GC for $45. I think I'm going to wait right now. Let me hold off on that. I also got some no bids over here. I've sold so many for $45, and I feel like one more go around on that one, and it will probably sell. Plus, these that are authenticated, we had to pay for these authentications, and some of these that get around the $35 or $45 mark, it's getting pretty close to, you know, with our time and everything else, what we actually got in the COAs. So but that's a fair offer though. But I think I'm going to wait for tonight for $45. But let me go through the no bids right quick. Let me take a break from the bin. Here's some stuff that's no bids tonight. Here's some stuff that's no bids tonight. We have a $140 bid on Leslie West, $145. Michael Nesmith, $75 and $80. Would you do $40 in the middle? Let me see what else I've got over here. Let me make sure. If that's one of my last ones, I may go ahead and sell it. Ow. I think this is signed. I don't know who signed this. Robin Trower. I think it's signed by Robin Trower. I didn't even know we had this one. Wow. I just found. See, there's a lot of stuff we sent off that, I didn't. I wasn't even aware we had. I'm finding stuff right now. I'm telling you, there's still hundreds of autographs. I don't even know what we have really. So let's go ahead and sell this for $40. GC's a great customer. Fair offer. Let's go ahead and sell it, Tanner. $40. That's sold to GC. 22 on King Crimson. 22 on King Crimson. I will do $30 on that. That's a nice copy of Lizard. King Crimson albums. Very nice. $30 on that, Nick. And where are we on Michael Nesmith? So they're done on Leslie West, it looks like. Calvin's out. Stand by. I may run another one. I don't have another copy of this album. This is very unique. I've never even seen this album. But I do have some other Leslie West. We still got those 45s, the Vagrants 45s, but we may run another one of those tonight. Brand has that at $150. That's very unique, though. And the high bid on the Michael Nesmith, Doug Dillard, Henry has that for $80. Brent, you're out on that one. You're out on that one. So Henry has that for $80. GC, you get that for $40. These are no bids. Let me try to remember these prices. I left my tags off. Warren Zevon is $155, I think. To Dale, Warren Zevon, $155. Autographed, JSA authenticated. It is personalized. To Dale, Warren Zevon, $155. That's still available. $195 $195. Billy Preston, Steve Cropper, and David Bromberg. $195. The Fifth Beatle, Billy Preston, he played on Ringo's first solo album, also autographed by Steve Cropper and David Bromberg. $195. Can't believe no one picked this up for just $65. Gary Wright. He's not signing anymore. Rest in peace. To Patty, love Gary Wright. This has one of my favorite Gary Wright songs on it too. Really Want to Know You. Really Want to Know You. $65 buy it now on that. And then what I thought is probably the most valuable, it is the most valuable autograph of the night. It's still available. This is triple signed by Roger McGuinn, Chris Hillman, and Gene Clark. And Gene Clark is the rare one on there. That is autographed by Gene Clark, triple signed, and also Chris Hillman signed it again on the back. $795. That's a rare Gene Clark signature. Very desirable now. He's been passed away for some time. $795 buy it now. All three signatures are JSA authenticated. You can tell where Dale met Gene Clark and then at one time, and then he met Roger McGuinn and Chris Hillman at another time when he got those signatures. $795 buy it now on that. We can go ahead and sell Leslie West though. So that's all the no bids from tonight. We already sold all the Credence. Leslie West though is sold to Brent Robley for $150, and they're still bidding on the Michael Nesbitt, Doug Dillard. Probably pretty tough to find a comp like that with both of those signatures on it. I mean, that's once again another unique item. Okay, so another quick buy it now. $45 buy it now. Al Stewart, one of his classic albums, Past, Present, and Future. Al Stewart, $45 buy it now. That's what they've been selling for tonight. He signed it right there, right in the white part where you could read it. Al Stewart, $45 buy it now. About a VG or VG Plus cover. If you haven't got an Al Stewart already, $45 buy it now. One of his classic albums, Past, Present, and Future. $45 buy it now. Sold to Brent Robley, Al Stewart. That is sold. That is sold. Brent, you're out on the Michael Nesbitt. Henry has that for $90. Going once, going twice. And of course, I didn't really want to show it again, but we still got James Taylor, $375. I'm going to show it one more time, but I was begged to put it up, and I was like, okay, but it's not going to be cheap. $375. That's still available. James Taylor. That's definitely firm, but if you want it, you can buy it. And let's run another Eric Burden. This is Eric Burden. $75 start. $75 start. This is up for auction. $75 start. And this is Eric Burden Declares War. Eric Burden Declares War. $75 start. Autographed by Eric Burden. Very clean LP. There's his famous peace sign. And this is Eric Burden Declares War. Autograph by Eric Burden. JSA authenticated. $75 start. Nice signature with his peace sign. $75 start. Brent Robley is at $95 on the Michael Nesbitt, and Henry's in at $100. Brent just stabbed me right in the heart, Tanner. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I shouldn't have never showed it again. Oh my gosh. Man. Okay. Tanner, you're going to have to take this out of my hands. That's sold to Brent Robley for $375. Oh my gosh. That's incredible. Sold. Brent Robley, $375. Michael Nesbitt, Doug Dillard is at $100. Brent Robley's out, looking for a $75 on Eric Burden. Hey, I put it up for sale. That was my decision. I was like, in the back of my mind, I was like, maybe price is so high I don't want to buy it. I was thinking something like $5,000 initially, but let's go through the rest of this crate. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Trilogy, VG, $9.99, and Gary Newman Dance, $24.99. Gary Newman Dance. At least I know where it's at. I know where it's at. Brent Robley has it. Final call on the Michael Nesbitt, Doug Dillard. Henry has that for $100. And final call on the Eric Burden to lock in a buy it now, or to lock in a bid for $75 before I make it a buy it now. Quick buy it now. Al Stewart, $45 buy it now. Modern Times, autographed by Al Stewart. Who wants it for a $45 buy it now? There's another one. It's signed by Al Stewart. $45 buy it now. JSA authenticated. Whew. Next, yeah, no more recaps on stuff I'm going to sell. I've been buying autographed albums myself. I've been bidding on a lot. Man, sometimes these things come up for sale. You can't win them. You get on eBay and try to bid on stuff. You get outbid or sniped, or a bot beats you, or it brings something crazy. And people be like, well, that sells for, you'll see them on there for X amount of dollars. I'm like, yeah, but if you actually get on there and try to win one at auction, it's just tough sometimes. They don't come up for sale too often. This is sold to Henry Pardidas for $100. If anybody wants the Eric Burden, if anybody wants this, $75 buy it now. $75 buy it now for Eric Burden Declares War. The Gary Newman is $24.99. These are all buy it now best offer. So that's an obid, and no one wants one of the last Al Stewarts. Modern Times. Very nice signature right there on the front. Al Stewart. I think he's playing in Did he just play in Nashville? I think he just played in Nashville maybe. But Brent, congratulations on the James Taylor. I did put that up for auction earlier. No one bid, and I actually have another signed James Taylor album. It's the No Nukes concert, but we may save that for another night, especially maybe tomorrow night. Now, we've been knocking and chipping away at some of these. It's awfully late, but I'm going to try one more. If you've missed out on this already, we had the Dickie Betts. Greg Allman. It sold for $611. We sold one Greg Allman earlier for $275. It's late. I'm going to try one more. I mean, I thought I was only going to do one tonight. I've already sold two, and now here's another. And it's late. It's 11:35, but I'm going to try one more. This is a Greg Allman album, solo album. It is signed by Greg Allman, JSA authenticated. $275 start. Once again, he's not signing anymore. Rest in peace. $275. Autographed by Greg Allman. Don't think too long on that one. I also have a couple more. Let me find the... well, I thought I did. I do have... we do have some Dave Matthews Band, yeah. Okay, so Calvin and Brent, heads up. Let's try another one of these. Boy, this is nice too. Let's start this at $95. Leslie West. Yeah, let's start this one at $95. Leslie West Mountain. Really nice jacket. Super clean vinyl. This is the record itself is a nice copy. EX plus near minus, nice jacket. This is known for ring wear. This is known for having heavy ring wear. This jacket is nice. Nice signature. He signed right there in the light coming through his hair. Leslie West, $95. We already got 3 opening bids. That's a nice one. Nice jacket, nice vinyl. Leslie West Mountain, JSA authenticated. Yep, there's the right card for it. And Greg Allman is a $275. Condition, Gary Newman, no condition notes. Let's see here. It does have a saw mark on the cover. It is a cutout. A little bit of sticker residue. Nice gatefold. Minor shelf wear. Vinyl. No condition notes. It's very, very, yes, very nice. EX plus near minus. Stickered for $24.99. Can I see the Eric Burden? Brent wants to see the Eric Burden again. And Leslie West is taking flight. We're at 95, 95, 95, 110, 100, 111. Let's just slide the Eric Burden right over here. This is a $75 buy it now. Eric Burden Declares War. The signature is very nice. He also signed with a peace sign. JSA authenticated, of course. The actual LP is very nice as well. Yes, also a very crisp and clean copy. We're going to call it EX Plus. That's $75 buy it now. Eric Burden. Sold to Brent Robley. Okay, that's sold for $75. The no-sale pile is getting smaller and smaller. So I showed one Al Stewart. No one bought that one, but here's a different one. This one might be a little bit different to your liking. This is Al Stewart 24 carats. Also a $45 buy it now. Now, he signed under the shrink wrap. So Dale took the shrink wrap off. Al Stewart signed it, and then he managed to get this shrink wrap back on. It's signed by Al Stewart, 24 carats. Also a $45 buy it now on that one. There's another autographed Al Stewart. So we have Modern Times. We have 24 carats. Those are $45 buy it nows from Al Stewart. I'll put those in new sleeves after the sale. Let me see what else I got over here. Well, at this point, we're just doing buy it nows on autographs, which is okay with me because I've got some stuff. I had some stuff we didn't get to tonight. And I guess the only record that I promoted in the video I did and in the ad, we have not put it up for sale yet, and I'm kind of afraid to, but I think we still got a couple pretty serious viewers and pretty serious watchers, so I'll try it. That way I can say I officially sold everything. Let's make Greg Allman a $275 buy it now, and please, you don't have to buy it. Don't feel obligated to buy this. You don't have to purchase it, but if you do want it, it's $275. Greg Allman, Playing Up a Storm. $275 buy it now on that if you want it. Don't feel obligated. Leslie West is at $130 with Calvin Ward. Here's one of the few very cool autographed records I have not ran tonight. Now, pay attention. It's almost a quarter till midnight. And we are just now running this. Look what I'm holding. An autographed copy of Surrealistic Pillow by Jefferson Airplane. It's autographed by Paul Cantor. Let me get these names right. Paul Cantor. It is signed by Jorma. Tanner, I might have you look this one up. I don't want to misquote anything. I don't have this one wrote down. Tanner is actually going to look that up right quick and get those exact names. SpenceLOA.com. I don't want to misquote anything. Leslie West out. Is that a Johnny Cash record? This is not Johnny Cash. That's Gary Newman. $24.99. Dance. $24.99. I hadn't finished recapping this bin. Let me do that right quick. Let me just read the titles. If you need a price, let me know. The Beatles, Fripp and Eno. The Beatles, Steve Hackett, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Yes. Rita Coolidge, The Beatles, The Outlaws. We have The Beatles. Yes. Weather Report, Van Halen. Yes. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Doobie Brothers, Beach Boys, Van Halen. We got another bidding war going on for Leslie West, $135 and $140. This is signed by Paul Cantor. It's also signed by Marty Ballin, Jorma Cohen, and Jack Cassidy. I may have you leave that up there. It's got 4 signatures on it. Jorma. So it's signed by Paul Cantor, Marty Ballin, Jorma Conan, and Jack Cassidy. $295 start. $295 start. 1, 2, 3, 4 signatures. 6 members on this album. These 2 people are still alive. Especially Grace Slick. If you could get Grace Slick on this, exponentially increase the value. You just got to track her down. Send it to her in the mail. Send it to her in the mail. Say, please sign this. And then I think that's missing Spencer. What's his last name? Spencer. I think it starts with a D. He's still alive too. 4 signatures. Jefferson Airplane, Surrealistic Pillow, their classic album. This is also an original stereo copy. Original RCA inner sleeve. Stereo. Pretty clean vinyl. EX Plus. This is usually pretty beat the heck. $295 start. 4 signatures on there. $295 start. Jefferson Airplane. Once again, don't feel obligated to bid because that is a really cool item. That's why I've held off on putting it up. $295 on that. They're still bidding on Leslie West. Somebody asked if we could do some new vinyl recaps. We can. How about I go through a crate of new vinyl? Or we can go through, Kelly, if you want me to go through the new stuff, I'll do that. This was a buy it now best offer bin. We took a den out of there. I'm going to set it right back here. If anybody wants any prices out of that stuff that I just read off, just let me know. I'm going to mute my mic right quick and take a drink of water. Okay, I'm back. And So, new vinyl. Sure, we can also do some other stuff from tonight. Let's see what we have here. Is that new vinyl? That was yeah. Here's tonight's new vinyl. We started, including all the pre-orders, there's a bunch, and this is all that's left. This is all that's left. Craig offered 16 for Gary Newman, sold $16.99. Leslie West had 160. Jorma K is pronounced Jorma Kokkonen. Yeah, I struggle with that one. I don't know if I'm ever going to get that one down. Jorma. I think I can do the Jorma. That's obviously, but I need to hear somebody say it. If Ed was here, he could say it, and I could. That's sold to Brent for $75. This is sold to Craig for $16.99. I don't have the Robin Trower researched. We'll do that one tomorrow night. Sorry, I don't have that one researched. Okay, so Leslie West is now a final call. Brent's out. Calvin has that for 160. Very nice copy of Mountain. No ring wear, just unique on that album. JSA authenticated, and that is a final call for $160. Also a final call if you want to get a bid in on the Jefferson airplane. Okay, and Tanner, I know we at least have one spammer on here right now. It's in Arabic and something questioning what you're going to do after death. Okay, so final call on that. Final call to lock in a bid, and let me see what I got over here in the autograph bin. See what I got over here in the autograph bin. What's crazy is I've brought two up tonight. I've brought two crates up tonight, and I think there's like 12 crates of autographs back there that's authenticated, not counting what we have waiting for letters. So, let's see what we can do, Tanner. Let's see what we can do. I'm trying to do some of the ones that we've sold tonight. So if you missed out on one, you can get another chance. If not, we'll run them again tomorrow. But I've got some other Steve Millers, plural, and what's left, they're all on really cool albums or they're unique, and they're just some of them are kind of difficult to price. So, but I will say that, and I do have. I was going to put up another Michael Nesmith. These are all. Well, we already sold one of these tonight. Let's do this one. And here's another by this artist. Let's go back a little bit deeper in his discography, and we'll try this one here. So let me step over here and see what I've missed, and then we'll go through this bin right here. So spam, and any more of the Who boots. Yeah, we have Who boots left. We'll do those in a different show. All right, let's sell Leslie to Calvin Ward for $160. If anybody wants Surlistic Pillow, it's a $295 buy it now. 4 of the 6 original members signed that. $295 buy it now on that. Greg Rogers, there is a Greg Allman available for $275. I was telling everybody, please don't feel obligated to buy it because, like I said, the cheapest autographed Greg Allman album on eBay is $299.99. That's the cheapest one active. And I think some of these are much better and better autographs and better albums that's autographed. So $275 buys that one. Now we have another Eric Burden. This is The Animals. This is Ark. It's signed by Eric Burden. There's his peace sign. JSA authenticated. $75 start. The Animals, Ark, autographed by Eric Burden. The actual album itself is Near McMinus. The Animals, Ark, Eric Burden. JSA authenticated. $75 start. Gold stamp promo. Nice clean copy. $75 start on that. Debbie Blair's in. Now, here's another Michael Nesmith. Let me make sure just he signed it. Yep. So earlier we had the Doug Dillard Michael Nesmith. Here's one with just Michael Nesmith. Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. $75 start on this one as well. Autographed by Michael Nesmith. This is a Colgham's stereo pressing once again. Pretty clean vinyl. we're going to call it VG Plus EX. This side here has a couple more marks than the other. That's the vinyl. The autograph itself, very nice. I think he signed, I think that's him actually. Yeah, that's him there. Let's say sign next to him, but he wore that hat. That's Michael Nesmith. Mickey Dolenz, Peter Tork, and of course, Davy Jones. Michael Nesmith, $75 start, autograph, original Monkees LP. Nice jacket. The jacket's very nice. I'm going to call the vinyl VG Plus, but this jacket, very nice. $75 start on that as well. Okay, so here's a recap of all the new vinyl that was left from tonight. Let's go through that one more time very quickly. We have Kiss Unplugged, $44.99. Kiss Unplugged. Screaming Trees is $39.99. Heather, thank you for tuning in as always. We'll be here tomorrow. Sorry you have to miss. We'll be here though. Dead Kennedys Frankenchrist, $28.99 for the Dead Kennedys. Bill Withers, Just As I Am. Music on vinyl, remastered, $39.99. Danger Danger, that's a music on vinyl, $39.99. One copy of the new Thin Lizzy left, Vagabonds of the Western World, 2 LP purple vinyl, $49.99 for Thin Lizzy. Also Dangerous Toys, pink vinyl, Dangerous Toys, $29.99. Cher, the Christmas album on ruby red vinyl. Cher is $29.99, last copy. We also got the new Colts in, electric, blue vinyl, $36.99 for the Colt. Newest Jimi Hendrix album, Hollywood Bowl, 1967, $33.99. The new Evanescence on pink and black marbled vinyl. Bring Me to Life, that's Evanescence Fallen, $39.99. Ministry, new release, Chicago, Detroit, 1982, $28.99. And then we got a restock of some of the Now yearbooks. This is a new one. Now Yearbook 88, that's $54.99. We also got Yearbook 86, Yearbook 92, Susan Tedeschi, $33.99. Susan Tedeschi Just Won't Burn. And then the classic Born Under a Bad Sign by Albert King, $36.99. Debbie gets the Animals album for $75. If anybody wants Michael Nesmith, it's a $75 buy it now. $75 buy it now for the Michael Nesmith. And I think we've almost reached the conclusion of this show. That's all the new vinyl from tonight. I'm going to go through all the no bids one more time. If anybody has any last requests, let me know. But we've almost made it to midnight for a 5-hour stream. And we didn't even have to restart. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, but I'm going to go through the no bids one more time. I've shown you about everything I can show you. I do have, obviously, many more LPs, many more autographs, but we'll do those another night. Here's Michael Nesmith. So that's the first no bid. $75 buy it now. We just had one signed by Doug Dillard and Michael Nesmith. That's a $75 buy it now. Greg Allman was $275. Greg Allman was $275. We got 2 Al Stewarts left for $45. Al Stewart 24 carats, signed right here. It's actually on the cover. It's just underneath the hype sticker. That's $45. Al Stewart Modern Times, that's $45. This is the big dog of the night that didn't sell. Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn, and Gene Clark, $795 buy it now. Here's one of the surprises, I think. Gary Wright. Gary Wright, $65 buy it now on the Gary Wright. Also, Billy Preston, Steve Cropper. Billy Preston, Steve Cropper, and David Bromberg, $195. And I figured somebody would bid on Warren Zevon. Warren Zevon is $155. To Dale, Warren Zevon, and then the Cantor, Marty Ballin, Jorma Cohen, and the Jack Cassidy, $295. Brent's going to take the Michael Nesmith for $75. That's about right, because the other one sold for $100, I think, and it was signed by Doug Dillard. So that is sold for $75. The Gary Wright is personalized. That's probably what's holding up the sale. It's personalized to Patty. Love Gary Wright, and that's $65. Now, I said that's a glossy cover. That to Patty might rub off, but I'm not willing to risk it. Dang it. Greg Rogers gets to Greg Allman. Greg gets another Greg. Greg, you get that for $275. Nice pickup. Like I said, if you're looking for a Greg Allman autograph, everything we've sold tonight is not available online. And if it is, we've beat any online prices for sure. So, Greg got another one for $275. Greg got another Greg. I will say, there's more Greg Allmans. The other ones we're going to get into are significantly signed albums. And we do have another one signed by Greg and Dickie Betts. That will be up for sale at some point. It may be tomorrow. It may be Saturday. But, of course, we sold that one tonight for $611. Dale got several albums signed by Greg Allman. They're just... some of the ones we have left are pretty significant. So I'll do the other James Taylor tomorrow night. The Sweet Baby James sold. I'll probably do some more Greg Allmans. I have Don Fedler over here. I had Robin Trower. I got more Leslie West. I got a Junior Wells and Buddy Guy. And actually, I've got a couple more buy it nows right quick. Stand by. Two more great buy it nows. And here's one for tomorrow night. This is really cool. Check this out. Hoodoo Man Blues, signed by Junior Wells and Buddy Guy. I'm going to do that one tomorrow night. That'll be featured in a post. Quick buy it now, $75. Eric Burden. Love is all around. $75. That's what we've been selling those for tonight. Actually, one brought $110, the first one we sold. And for $145, another Ginger Baker. Make sure nobody else signed it. Okay. Ginger Baker, $145. The Very Best of Cream, $145. $145. I think that's what the last one just sold for. $145, and the Eric Burden, $75. There's a lot of autographs on the table. That's one of the first ones we've had where it's an actual picture of Ginger Baker on the cover. And Jeff H. wants the Eric Burden. So these are sold, Tanner. Ginger Baker, $145. Eric Burden, hold on a second. Can you show the Robin Trower? I can. Brent was first on Ginger Baker, $145. Jeff H. first on Eric Burden for $145. Calvin was second on Ginger Baker. Brent was next on Eric Burden. Jeff next on Eric Burden. No. Ginger Baker, Brent was first on that for $145. Jeff H. was first on Eric Burden for $75. Calvin was next on Ginger Baker. Brent was third on Eric Burden, and Brent was second on Eric Burden. Jeff was third. That was confusing. That all came in at the same time. 130, but at the end of the day, Brent Ribley, Ginger Baker, 145, and Jeff H., Eric Burden, 75. Sorry for the confusion. Brent and Jeff H. got them. But what it made it confusing is Brent wanted the other one as well. And I think vice versa. Okay, so should we run one more Eric Burden? It looks like there's still some interest. Should we run one more tonight? Maybe a nice one, as in like a signed Animals or another signed War album. I feel like we need to end the show on just like some kind of high note, which that was a pretty good high note right there. But let me grab that Robin Trower as well. Here's a couple more bite nows. I got to figure out who signed this John Lennon album. I know it's not John Lennon. I think that's Jim Keltner, and I think there's another autograph. I got 3 signed John Lennon albums here, forged signed John Lennons. Also Joe Cocker, Shirley Eaton, James Bond Girl. I've got more Dave Mason, more Steve Winwood, Edgar Winter, more Steve Winwood, more Dave Mason. Let's see here. All right, this one's nice. Let's see here. Eric Burden. Okay. Jeff H. says he'll take both Al Stewarts, $45 and $45. That's so to Jeff H. and Jeff H. All right, let me clear up those. The certificates are laying on top of them, Tanner, so those are loose, just FYI. I really need a sleeve for this Jefferson airplane as soon as possible. If I could get a nice new sleeve for that before I drop it or something rubs up against it. So Gary Wright, $65. Warren Zevon, $155. I'll take an offer on Warren Zevon, but I'd probably like to be around that mark. Billy Preston, Steve Cropper, David Bromberg, $195, $795 on that. Just to recap. Okay. Can't believe I'm starting another auction, but let's do it. Eric Burden, autographed copy of The Best of the Animals. Cool. Very cool. $75 start. Autographed copy of The Best of the Animals. Autographed by Eric Burden. JSA authenticated. This one does have a label strip on it. M. McKittrick. I have not tried to take that off. I'm not going to attempt. I was going to see if it was loose. But there is a label on it. Just FYI. Just wanted to note that. Nice copy, though. Gatefold. JSA authenticated. Brent, that's okay. Debbie, let me know if you're still in. This may, I've tried to peel these off before. Some of them have popped right off, and it just leaves like a little bit of adhesive. Some can be pretty stuck on there. I don't know if you could no, that's too wide. I'm trying to figure out any way you could frame that, but if you mat it, it would cut off the jacket. But yeah. I don't know, if it doesn't sell tonight, I may try to pop it off. So, because if that's popped off, okay, even if it leaves like some residue, or if it maybe even rips the cover a little bit, it's going to look a lot better with it off there. So, $75 now. If I can get that off tomorrow, if I re-auction this thing, you know it's definitely going to sell then. But I will try my best. Right now, I'm going to it up for auction, but tonight I will try to do some surgery on it. But yeah, it may come off. I'm gonna have to be precise with that. I don't want to mess it up. Here's the Robin Trower. Not tonight. I have no idea on this one, so I'll do this definitely tomorrow night. But there's the Robin Trower. Didn't even know we had that. That's tomorrow night. And we've got a buy it now. Actually, let's try to run this right quick, just in case. I'm trying to figure out if that's actually written on the cover. Hold on a second. I can't remember. I don't know if that's actually... Is that supposed to be on the cover? Michael Nesmith. Let me look up a picture of that. Actually, let me just do a different one. I don't know if that's where somebody... Let me just do a different one here. Let's put this one up, because I don't know about that. It looks like somebody wrote on the cover, but I can't. It looks like it's printed on there. Let's run this one. $55 start, Michael Nesmith, one of his solo albums. This is very unique. It's got a promo strip on the front. Now, I've got some Elvis albums I've sold for some crazy money that have those promo stickers like that, and the label's not necessarily a promo. But this is Michael Nesmith, and this one's called Tantamount to Treason, Volume 1, Michael Nesmith and the Second National Band, one of his solo albums that doesn't come through too often. It's a promo stickered Michael Nesmith, $55 start. $55 start on that. We do have a bid on the Eric Burden. Jeff H is at $75. Jeff H is at $75 on the Eric Burden. So it's going to sell tonight. So if you want to bid and take a chance on popping off that label maker strip, you've got to outbid Jeff, because I'm not going to try to mess with it tonight now that Jeff's bidding on it. So, M. McKittrick. What a name. McKittrick. I've never heard that before. McKittrick. That's at 75 of Jeff H. Going twice, going three times. This Michael Nesmith album is a $55 start. And here's the other one I was talking about. This guy should do straight rock or straight country. There is nothing as... Something as Different Drum or some of Shelley's Blues. It looks like it was at a radio station. Yeah, I think that's where somebody actually wrote on the cover, and then it looks like maybe somebody tried to take it off. This guy should do straight rock or straight country. There is nothing as something as Different Drum or nothing as something as Different Drum or Shelley's Blues. That's, of course, Stone Pony songs. Did he cover them on here? No, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't know if that's actually supposed to be on there. I'm not for sure. That's very weird. So, I'll figure that out later, and we'll run that probably tomorrow night. But this one's a $55 start. Brent has bid 78 on the Eric Burden. Jeff H, you're out, just FYI. And I think I've ran out of buy it nows to show y'all too. At least for the autographs that I have up here tonight. That's it. I'd have to go get a whole new crate in the bag, but we definitely took a dent. We sold a lot more. I didn't expect to do all those buy it nows like that. I was going to run everything at auction, but some I have a pretty good idea of what they're going to bring. So Jeff's at 80 on Eric Burden, but we got to keep you somewhat occupied while they're finishing up this auction. Final call to get a bid in on Michael Nesmith. Thank you for the sleeve on the Jefferson airplane. Final call to get a bid in on the Michael Nesmith before I make it a buy it now. But I'll keep showing a few more LPs. Let me go grab some stuff out of some bins over here, New Vinyl, and see what we can find. We still got 93 people watching after midnight. Anybody on the East Coast? Anybody on the East Coast? Thomas Hujar's in on the Michael Nesmith for 55. Let me pop that in there. They're still bidding on Eric Burden. I think that will actually come off. If you're going to have to work on it, you're going to have to put some elbow grease and a little bit of precision and goo gone. Maybe some chemicals, a blow dryer like the guy just commented. So let me pick some albums out and see if I can sell some stuff. Let's pick a couple of these out. I'm going to pick 2 of these out. Let me pick 2 of these out. And let me pick out 2 of these. Here is 5 Chad's picks. 5 of Chad's picks, Tanners. We have, let's see, Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. I may have it on a music on vinyl pressing. The sticker didn't pop. We're selling it as is. I'm going to leave it into the hand of the purchaser. I think with the right heat, the right chemical, the right heat, it may pop off. But if anything, even if it leaves a mark, it's going to look a lot better than what's on there right now. You know, even if it's, let's just say that's just a piece of torn cover right there. It's going to stand out, but it's going to look a lot better. The name isn't that bad. It kind of blends in with the colors. I didn't really notice it literally till I was taking it out of the sleeve. I didn't even recognize it in the crate. When I brought it over here and I took it out of the sleeve, I saw it. So, yeah. Try a blow dryer. That works. Okay, here's a couple albums we have in stock. First, let's do this. Let me swap out the order. This is the newest mix of Dark Side of the Moon. It's the 50th anniversary edition. New and sealed, $36.99. New and sealed Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. That's a remaster, gatefold. It includes the poster, stickers just like the original, $36.99. 50th anniversary edition, and that's actually a new mix. That is $36.99. Also, Metallica, the Black Album, the top-selling album of the last 30 years, over 30 million units sold worldwide. Enter Sandman, Nothing Else Matters, The Unforgiven, Wherever I May Roam, and Sad But True, $39.99. 2 copies of Thunderstruck, also known as The Razor's Edge. This is AC/DC, The Razor's Edge, $31.99 for AC/DC. And one of the best sounding albums you can buy. This sounds like Fleetwood Mac is in the room with you. Cut from the 100% analog master tapes, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $59.99. 2 LP, pressed at Palace in Germany. 45 RPM Rumors, pressed at Palace, $59.99 is the name on the JSA sticker. Are you talking M. Fitzpatrick's name? No. Just Eric Burden's. Just Eric Burden's, if that's what you meant. I may misunderstand your comment. So who has the high bid on this? Jeff H. had it for 85. Did Brent say out? Brent, let me know if you want back in. Jeff H. has that for 85. Thomas Hujar is the only person who bid on Michael Nesmith. I don't think I've officially done a final call, but let me go ahead and do that now. Thomas is at 55 on Michael Nesmith. That's tantamount to a treason. Signed by Michael Nesmith. It's a promo copy. It has a promo sticker, not a promo label. JSA authenticated. That's a final call for $55. We are about to sell that, though. And if Brent's done on the animals, we're going to go ahead and sell that to Brent Robley for $82. Sorry I didn't get to any $6.99 crates or half-off crates. No one's going to pick one Chad's pick. No Dark Side of the Moon, Black Album, Razor's Edge, or Rumors. That's some of our best sellers of all time there. That's like Collecco's top 100 best sellers on New Vinyl. Rumors, Razor's Edge, The Black Album, and Dark Side of the Moon. Just a couple essentials. Brent's out. I'm reaching for it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eric Burden is about to be sold. This is sold to Jeff H. for $85. Thomas Hujar is going to get Michael Nesbitt for $55. And we are done for tonight. You already have those. I know those are common picks, but just making sure everybody watching, especially new customers, have them. But that's it for tonight. I don't want to bring out anything else because we'll still be here bidding for another hour. We'll do it tomorrow. So y'all see a couple previews of some stuff we're going to have tomorrow. Here's that other James Taylor. There's the Junior Wells, Buddy Guy. There's the other signed James Taylor album. It's on the No Nukes concert. We'll bring out some other stuff tomorrow, of course. Like I said tonight, there was a lot of surprises, stuff y'all didn't see, stuff you didn't know. We'll also get back to doing some vintage bootlegs. There'll be other autographs. We'll have some non-authenticated autographs too. I still got Taj Mahals. I still got Coco Taylors from the non-authenticated stuff that are still great autographs. I've even got some fully signed albums like Kansas and Doobie Brothers and Marshall Tucker Band. Some fully signed albums that are authentic. I repeat, like Kansas, Doobie Brothers, Marshall Tucker Band, and others that don't have authentication with them, that we didn't want to get a letter because the letter was going to cost not more than what it would bring, but it would severely cut into profit. For example, we have a fully signed Marshall Tucker Band album that's incredible, but the letter on it I think was going to be $155. So it just didn't really make all sense. Same way with the Doobie Brothers, same way with even Kansas. When I get those out, I'll definitely let you know. I'll guarantee them to be authentic. I know they're authentic. We had them checked. We just didn't get a letter because of the cost. Some of these, the letter really cuts into the cost of the item, you know, when we go to sell it. So it just don't really make sense. We can tell you it's real. We promise it's real. We'll guarantee it's real. If you ever decide to pay that extra money and get a letter and it doesn't come back real, we'll give you your money back. But we're going to be selling some of those in the near future. We got some high-end, fully signed albums that are not authenticated. So, like McDonald Doobies. Yes, I think we have one signed by, What a Fool Believes, Minute by Minute. Yes, I think so. And I think we got early Doobies too. I think Dale met both different lineups on different occasions. So, I'll get those out. There's so many back there, I don't know who they are. Or everybody who signed it. I've got to figure out that. It takes a while. So, but I'll get to those very soon. They may even pop up tomorrow, but if they will, something like that will be in a hot picture, so be looking for that. We got to start planning for tomorrow's sale. We got a big sale going on here in the store tomorrow. Definitely got to get cleaned up and get it all set up. And we'll open tomorrow. Ed and John will be here at 9, and we open at 10. So if you're local, please come by. And I had Waffle House last night, but I could eat it again. But I'm thinking something different, like Cookout or Taco Bell, to be honest. So, all right, thanks everybody for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, and we will see you then. Thanks as always.